And we're live, amazingly. Almost forgot to turn on my mic. Anyway, let's say hi to everybody. See who got the mountain cookie, huh? That's a big cookie, a mountain cookie. It looks like Tom Grassi got it. Tom, good to see you. Enjoy that cookie. Gerald Stewart, good to see you. You got the half cookie. Chuck Schreiber, good to see you too. You got the crumbs. But hey, it's better than nothing. Sparky, hey Sparky, how's it going? Good to see you here, man. Dundas Junction Model Railroad, James, good to see you. Hot Dog Pilot Andy, glad you're here. And who else do we got? Chuck Schreiber. Hey Chuck, good to see you here, man. Let's see, still scrolling. You guys did a lot of talking between yourselves there. That's true, crumbs are good, and you know, the size of that cookie, you know the crumbs are going to be large too. So, enjoy those crumbs. Captain Ray, there you go. Hey Ray, how you doing? Ray Central, another Ray, how you doing Ray? Good to see you here. Almost missed you on the board, I don't know how that happened. Alright, so, let me reposition this damn camera. I'm never in the right place, no matter where I sit, you know. Hey, Derek, good to see you here, man. Glad you could show. Alright, so. The internet was working perfectly up until right before I went live, you know, with the show part. It went into red. But other than that, it's doing good. Fingers crossed, we should have no problems. I reviewed last week's show, and there were some glitches in there. They weren't bad, but they were still there. I'm hoping that I made some more changes, so hopefully we won't have the same problem this week. But who knows? Joe Rader, Black Rock Central. Hey, Joe, good to see you here. I'm telling you what. So, anyway, I've got more done on the Tunnel Mountain situation. I have a long video. It's about 40 minutes long. And I'm going to show it in a little while. But before we do that, we'll talk about some other things. Been hot as hell down here and rainy. I know you guys are talking about the weather wherever you're at, and it's only 81 right now. It cooled off a little bit, but it's been kind of raining and drizzling all day. So every time I go out to get on the scooter, I got to take a cloth and wipe the seat because it's wet. It's getting to be a real pain in the ass. But short of that, I mean, it could be worse, I guess, but you know, we were in drought conditions a couple weeks ago. I don't think we are anymore. But literally every day we're getting rain to some degree. Go figure, right? So, I've been a little busy this week, mostly with the mountain tunnel deal, and we're just going to call it mountain because it's easier to say. I got a lot done on it, but I'm going to show you the video of how we got to that point before we actually do it. So, what's the weather like there at the end of August? It's not terrible. Been a lot of rain. Yeah, Florida's liquid sunshine. Now, I didn't see any sun out today, so it's been raining pretty much all day. But it was hot this morning. You know, you have to run the air conditioning in the house. It's just too damn warm outside to not use it. I got mine in here. I just turned it off. It got too cold. So even though it's showing 81 outside, so I don't know. It's kind of damp though, you know what I'm saying? I said, broke all the rules today. Used my honing stone to polish my track. Does that work? I guess it would, but I'd be careful doing that. Any abrasives you put on the track, you know you're going to actually wear down the track. And you could do it once in a while, but I wouldn't make it habitual because eventually you'll ruin your track. And Sparky's thinking my trip will be around. Yeah, maybe. End of August. Yeah, it should start, hopefully, well, I don't know, it won't be terribly hot at the end of August, or it shouldn't be. But honestly, I don't know, you can't, the weather's been so screwy lately. I know what it used to be, that doesn't apply anymore, so you just never know. Ouch, James, lots of scratches, burnished the rails now. With a nickel. You do that with a nickel? I don't like using abrasives on my track. That's why I use the CRC to clean it with, because it's non-abrasive. But I do have a track cleaning car with an abrasive stone on it. And I have been known to use it on occasion, especially in areas like inside a tunnel where I can't get to. Is my house on stilts? No. We don't get flooding here. Maybe my house is on the bottom of a cul-de-sac. It's not a grade, it's more like a 1 degree grade. So the water runs off out into the field. We've never had a flooding issue here. To my knowledge, it's never flooded in this area. Not in the last 20, 30, 40 years. So I'm not worried about that. You know, even in a hurricane, I wasn't worried. We didn't have any flooding issues. Or if you go further north, the north end of Sebring, they have areas there that are prone to flooding. Matter of fact, Tom Gavichak at Tom's Transit thinks he's gotten lucky because in his area they had some flooding, the lakes overflowed, and he wasn't affected by it, so he was real lucky. A well shed, yeah, there you go. See you then, all right. Just give me a heads up, you know, about a week or two before you come down so I can make sure, you know, nobody else is staying with us. Most of the time that second room's empty anyway, but so. Anyway, James says, Derek, honing stone 1,000 times for sharpening tools. Well, yeah, it's also good for sharpening blades and stuff too, but that's... James says, Derek, I turned commutators 400 volts via the brushes. Joe says, wait till Sparky gets our hell break loose. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Anyway, so let me show you the area where the bridge used to be and where the mountain's going. If I can find it here, which one is it? Oh, fuck. I think it's this one. Yeah, this one here. All right, that's where the tunnel was, and the bridge. Now I added the left-hand side of where the left-hand track is. I added that floor part in there, and I've got to paint it yet. Matter of fact, I'm going to paint all that whole area probably brown. And the dual tunnel and mountain system is going to go over the top of that. Now the overhead rail, which is being supported by a support right now, that support won't be there anymore. It won't be necessary because the overhead rail will lay down in the mountain ridge that's designed for it. Yeah, sure you are, Sparky. So, anyway, that's what I'm doing. Like I said, I got the track down. The track is operational, and I would have ran trains tonight, but this fucking tip-up it went dead again, so I'm going to have to run a more permanent wire system to it. And I'll do that this week so that next week trains will actually be running. And there's a good possibility that the mountain and tunnels will be in place by then. I'm not sure. It's actually moving pretty fast considering. Derek gets it. That's funny. Looks like my cookie crumbs there. Yeah, I got to clean that whole area up. It's a mess. Now I'll get to that. Before I said I got to do some painting. And I'm going to have to make a sling for that overhead rail. I got to pull it up real high to get the mountain under it. So, and I'll probably have the wife help me with that because I don't think I can move this thing very easily myself because it's bulky, you know. Not that it's too heavy, but it's just awkward. So we'll have to work on that. But anyway, that's where that is. Let me show you what the tunnel looks like right now. It's actually moving right along. I said I've videotaped everything up to this point. And you're going to be watching one video tonight where I'll be putting the skin on, and you'll see how that was done. And I think, well, I'm not sure how far that goes. It's 40 minutes, and I did shorten it in times, and we could even advance through if it gets too boring. Just let me know. But then I have a second one where I start the scenics on it, which is what you're seeing now. It's not finished yet. I still have a ways to go. But it is getting there. It's moving along. So it's actually looking pretty damn good, I think. But there's still a lot more to do, so don't judge it quite just yet. Also, before I put it in place, thank you, Derek. I appreciate that. I'm probably going to get some sort of a background in that area, too, on the wall. I'm actually looking at maybe duplicating what Tom's Trains and Things did on his. And it's pretty slick. I'm going to use white foam board with thin stuff from the dollar store. But what he did is he painted trees, but he also used real flocking on the trees on the whiteboard so that it gives it that three-dimensional look. I'd never seen that done before. He's the first time I've seen it. And I like the idea, so I might duplicate it. Then try and get a sky in and everything else. So that'll put my painting skills to the test, I guess. I don't know, it should come out all right. It'll be a start anyway, and then eventually I'll work my way all the way around the lower level on the background, and then at some point maybe do the second level. But we'll see. People do clouds that way. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. I mean, you could do that with cotton, I suppose. That would work. Yeah, that's something to think about too, you know. But mainly the trees, I thought that was cool because it gives that three-dimensional depth to it, which I think was kind of important because, I really can't afford to get a custom background like, say, like Dave Thurber got. Crooked Dave. His backgrounds are beautiful, but he paid dearly for them. I don't have that kind of money, so I have to do it another way. So anyway, we'll see how that works when the time comes. But I wanted you to see the mountain where it's at now. And like I said, it looks pretty good, I think. And things, my wife came in here and cleaned up the place yesterday. Or was it today? I don't know. Yesterday. Swept the floor, picked up all the trash. This place was a wreck, And I don't know why I let it get like that, but the chat dropped off for a second there. I wonder why. But it's back on again. So that helped too. A little cleanliness really goes a long way in here. It's actually a motivator for me. I feel much more comfortable when the place is clean to get work done. But, I'm terrible when I'm working. I just throw shit on the floor, If it's garbage, rather than, step 5 foot over to the trash can or bring the trash in while I'm working, I just throw it on the floor. Worry about it later. No, I haven't finished the door frame. I haven't got paid yet. I get my check on the 3rd, which is Monday, I believe. And then I will go out and buy the wood for that. Well, the chat keeps dropping off. My signal's good. It's weird. You're going to trim the new doorway soon. Well, no, I just want to put something around so it doesn't look like shit. I'm not going to put a door in there. And the thing is, it's very short. I'm 5'6", I'm 5'6", and that door opening's probably 5'8". So if you do come down here, you'll have to bend down to get through that doorway. and the ceiling in the second room, it's not that much higher. I think it might be, at the tall end might be 6 foot. At the short end, it's going to be about like 5'2". So, but I didn't design it for anybody else. I designed it for me. So, full trees in front, half trees against the backdrop. Painted trees with flock on them, and then painted trees at the back. Yeah, that would work. Ugly door frames hurts my view. Well, don't fucking look. I will get it straightened out this month. No. Actually, next month, August. Duck or goose egg. Yeah, there you go. How tall are you? You said you're 6'2" or 6'3", something like that? I don't remember. You'll be fine in the main thing, because ceilings are 7 foot. But doesn't have to bend down, but he may have a headache. Yeah, right. You might need to bring some lumber, Sparky. You're 6'4". Holy shit. You're a tall motherfucker, man. Well, you'll definitely have to bend down to go in the other room, but there isn't really much in there except for the printers, a drill press, and parts cabinets mostly. So all the real stuff is out here, And I don't know why my chat keeps disconnecting. That's weird. Disconnection and reconnects. That could be YouTube. I don't know. It's not on my end. Everything is fine. We're 100% over here. Amazingly. All right. Well, any other further bullshit? I'm gonna go ahead and let you guys watch the video. Like I said, it's about 40 minutes long. You start getting bored, say something in the chat, and I'll advance a little bit or shorten it or whatever. And we'll go from there. Alright, here we go. Alright, well, I sure got a big time. I thought I was recording, but I wasn't. Because I recorded, put the foil paper down. I thought I was. Turns out I wasn't. So there's not really much to see there, but I got it down there. I'm going to do some of the, some more gluing down of stuff, and probably the front piece and both sides. I'm really pissed off that I screwed that up, but maybe I could just rip it off and start over again. No, I'm not doing that. That was too much work. Got about a half an hour into putting that in there like that. And getting all the creases right and all that. So I'm going to be doing more, but I'm going to stop the recording for now. And I'll pick it back up again for real next time. And you can follow along. Once again, sorry about that. Alright, I'll make sure we're actually recording this time. My biggie mistake there. Alright, well, looking pretty good so far. I've got get glue in some of these spots at the halfway point where the foil is. I found it easier to use this spreader here. So what happens is that glue's hot and the heat goes right through. Right through the foil. This really makes a big difference. This is one of those things, I got about 100 of these damn things. For a while there, I guess that they got a name for it now. At the time, there wasn't really a name for it, and they didn't know what they were doing. But I would get these packages from China, and there'd be one or two of these things in the little package. Couldn't figure out what the hell they were because I didn't order them. They're fucking useless. Just a little plastic spatula. They do come in handy though, so I mean I've actually been able to utilize them. But I can't remember what the new term for it is, but apparently a Chinese company, I guess it's Chinese, they'll send you stuff like this or even just any worthless crap. And once you open the package, they get notification that you did in fact receive and open the package. Well, you received the package anyway. So then they go ahead with the information they already have on you, but they know some information because, you know, they had to have an address to send it to. They'll go ahead and write reviews on a product, not this, but some product, to generate better sales for themselves on the product they're trying to push. Fucked up shit. I don't know who comes up with this crap, but that's how it works anyway. That's the whole game in a nutshell. So, like I said, I don't know. It's just getting weirder by the minute, it seems. What I'm gonna have to do is fold all this around here. Probably have to glue that down. Anything over there I gotta worry about falling down? Hopefully not. I'll have to fold this down. I'll probably have to cut this off here because I don't want it over the concrete portal. That's going to be a little tricky. Since I'm left-handed, I'm doing this ass backwards. Don't have to be perfect because I think about using the plaster cloth on the sides and on the front too. I've got a whole roll of it, and I think it might be better. The foil just for the top of this, and for what I'm using it for, it's fine. You know, you just got to be careful if you're pushing it. You can obviously puncture it easily. And we'll spray paint this all brown. And if it works out right, then I'll go ahead and put the scenic weeds and grass and stuff on it. I was thinking about using the static grass applicator because being as this foil is metal, it should be able to do the static grass real well. Hopefully. So we'll have to see how that goes, but I think it'll be fine. Let's see here, I'm going to have to... What I need to do is glue that down on that. I want that glue set up a little bit, and I'll go ahead and trim it off. Oh, okay, I gotta sit down. If I can get this trimmed out here, all right. I don't know. Let me open up the door. Here. It doesn't look too terribly bad. Somehow I just don't know though. Actually, it doesn't really look bad at all. Once you scenic that, we get a good day outside with no rain. Take it outside and spray it, and then I don't know which one will be best, but we'll start with the big one. Seems like that might be the best way to go. This might actually be a workable solution. Put it over here. Sit here. Stand you out there? Never mind. Hugo was about to go ballistic. What? I got a couple more sheets. I'm gonna cut the camera for a minute. So get over there. Just here. Alrighty. I got a few more sheets. Let's see how that works. Alright, well, that took care of the front, pretty much. I'm going to take another break and then we'll do each side. Alright, that's enough of a break. I take way too many breaks, don't I? Ugh. That's alright though, it's kind of normal. Alright, I got this piece cut out over here. And that's gonna go on this corner, or this end here rather. Perfect. Yeah, we're getting there. I got a bit of a ways to go though, but we are getting there. I'm gonna have to kill the camera for a while and come back in about a half an hour. I think we can spray paint the plaster cloth. That should be pretty well dry in a half an hour. So, I'll be back in a bit. Alrighty, time to get back and forth, back to work. I don't know where the fourth came from, but I gotta get back to work. So we're gonna open the door. Hopefully it's not storming yet. Yeah, it will be. And we're gonna start spraying some of this stuff. Do this right here. I'm gonna have to barely enough paint to do this. Can't almost empty. I'm gonna have to do it this way because I don't think I can turn it around. I just think I can turn it around. And of course, they pour a little bit over here. That looks pretty good. It'll look a lot better once I get it scenic. That probably won't happen till tomorrow. I think that's all we're going to do on this today. So, yeah, working on the tunnel portals tomorrow. Get them repainted and weathered. I'm not sure what color we're going to do them portals. Maybe like I don't know, a light concrete. And then we'll dirty them up, you know, so that they look weathered. We'll see how that works. Anyway, that's it for today, so stay tuned for more next time. And we'll see you. Sorry, I had the damn mic off. I'm getting dumber in my old age. It's back on now, right? So, as I said, I fast forwarded through that a little bit so you wouldn't be bored to death. So rather than watching 42 minutes of me doing that, probably closer to 20-25. So, in a little bit, I'm going to put on part 2 where I start doing the scenics. And the scenics was kind of tricky because, once again, and I'm not afraid to admit it, I don't have a lot of experience with weathering or even applying some scenic stuff. I mean, I've done some on the layout and it turned out pretty good. But I really haven't done any weathering. So my weathering skills are getting a little better. And I actually used my pan pastels on the tunnel portals. My wife bought me a 5-pack a couple years back. I really haven't used them until now. You need some drywall work. You're on your own. You're on your own, James. I'm not doing no damn drywall work. I've done enough of that shit, man. I've got to do some in my house. I still got to put the master bathroom back together. And I've been dragging my ass on it, but that's a whole nother story. Hey, Georgia Sunbelt. Anthony, how's it going, man? Good to see you here. You missed the first video. You'll have to probably go back and check the replay. I'm building a mountain with twin tunnels under it. That's going to go back on the back of the layout. And this is what it looks like so far. Here we go. It's pretty big. I think it's just over 3 foot long. And like I said, I'm still working on it, but it's gone along pretty good so far. I decided I needed to do something a little more detailed back there. I had a styrofoam tunnel. It looked like shit. I said, that's got to go. I had a wooden bridge. And I just decided I didn't really like that either. So that had to go. So I wound up doing the dual tunnel system. And the tunnels are lit and everything, so. And you'll see all that in the next video. Derek says, Big Jim, I've never had a layout that got past the plywood stage. All right, I thought your layout's almost finished. I don't know, I don't pay much attention. But, you know, I said, experiment, you'll figure it out one way or the other. If you don't like what you did, you do it over, you know. That's the beauty of this hobby. No matter how badly you screw up, you could always fix it. Redo it. So, because like I said, I got sloppy on mine. I got a lot done very quickly. But I took too many shortcuts, and now I'm looking back at it going, you know, I've got to make that better. That's why I said I'm doing a lot of things differently now. So, and I'm taking my time, and I don't care if it takes me a month to do this, that's fine, you know. I don't think it will. Must be spitting out there. I hear the rain hitting the metal shed roof. Dwight says, cook yourself a steak for your birthday. Oh, Steven, yeah. Yeah, definitely, man. Steven says, I had steak yesterday. Dwight had birria tacos today. Oh, cool. Yeah, I haven't had a steak in shit about a month now. I gotta go out and buy another one. I'm on pretty much a hamburger and hot dog diet. It's all beef stuff. You know, it gets the sirloin hamburgers. I get them, you know, online from Omaha Steakhouse. And same with the hot dogs. They're 100% beef too. But I gotta get some steaks every now and then. It's good to have steak. Wife and I had steak for dinner tonight. Hey, Real Artist, how you doing? Good to see you here. So, yeah, how you guys having steak, man? Well, you know, stuff's not cheap, and this time of year, everything goes up in price. Like my light bill went up almost $100. And, you know, then I got other things that are, you know, everything goes up in price. And food prices, well, you know how bad that is. Steven says, we got like 50 New York strips, steaks in the freezer. Well, fuck you, man. Now you're making me jealous. Or hungry, anyway. Doing good. Woke up this morning and the bed was still dry. Start of a good day. Yeah, there you go. Not bad. All right, well, listen, I'm going to start the second one. It's not quite as long as the first. I think it's only 23 minutes. And that's where I start with the scenicking and weathering the portals and stuff. So, well, this should be a little more interesting than what you've seen so far. But I think it'll be nice anyway. So, here we go. Here we are. It's Monday. And we're going to do some portal painting. That's a good. I have to move the camera so you can see what the hell is going on. And we're going to do a base coat of white. It's starting out pretty good. I imagine you can probably hear that outside. Yes, it's raining out there, not very hard, but basically just spitting. kind of monotonous, but still, it's gonna look good. Alright, that's one side down. I'm going to shut the camera off for a minute, go clean my brush, and then turn it around to do the other side. Alright, now I was going to turn this around and do the other side. I decided to let it dry, and I'm going to attempt to weather this side. And when this side is done, then I'll do the other side. And I probably won't do the other side on camera because, you know, once you see one side, you might as well see them both. But you'll get to see me try and weather this. Now, I'm not real good at weathering, so we're going to see how this turns out. Hopefully it'll be pretty good. Now I broke out my Pan Pastels weathering powders that my wife bought me a couple years back. And you realize I really haven't used them yet, they're brand new. Right here. So, but I'm going to give it a try. And we're going to see how this actually works. I just want to get a light weather coat of this. So it's yeah, it's got that kind of greenish tinge to it. That's all I wanted to accomplish. I don't want to go crazy with it. Yeah, that's a greenish tinge. Now, I'll wipe that down a little bit. Yeah, I wonder, maybe we should get a little bit darker. There we go. Without getting too crazy on it. Actually, I wonder. That looks pretty cool. There you go, I think that's good. I don't know if you can hear that. That looks pretty darn good. Without going too crazy. See what it looks like in the camera. Oh yeah, on the camera it looks good too. See, it's got a little bit of a green tinge to it. It's hard to tell on the camera, but it's there. I think that'll look just fine. Alright, I'm going to turn the camera off for a bit. And I'm going to turn this puppy around and then I'll do the white on the other side. I don't think I'm going to show it on the screen though. You guys get the idea. So stay tuned for the next one. After that's done, well, it's time to start scenicking the front and the top. So that'll be the next part we do on camera. So stay tuned. I turned on the light so you can see them from inside the tunnel. I get my chair in the right place here. You can see them on that side and on that side. Looks pretty cool, huh? So I wound up having to use a 14-volt transformer to power them up enough so that they make a difference. 12 volt are too dim, even those are 12 volt LEDs. A 14 volt makes them just bright enough to where they'll get the job done. Looks good. Anyway, I did the other side. The side you're looking at here, I got it white and waiting for it to dry. And I'm going to go ahead and weather it. The next thing I'm going to start doing some scenic around it. So that'll probably be tomorrow because it's getting late. And I'll record it when I start. So stay tuned for more. Alright everybody, it's Tuesday. It's time to get back to work. So I've got the Aleene's tacky glue right over there. And assorted turf grass and dead bugs. Dead roots there, huh? Tell you what we're going to be doing, we're going to do some scenicking around the side tops and get some, brush in there a little bit. Not quite sure how exactly we're going to do it. Kind of a just go as you go deal. Let's have all this up here. Reindeer moss. that looks kind of weird, but then again, maybe not. I might trim a little bit off after it dries. Yeah, I'm going to take a little break before I go any further. Alright, shut the camera off for a bit. We'll come back to it in a little bit and pick the camera back up again and go from there. Alright everybody, it's Wednesday. We're going to do a little static grass application. We're going to use clear coat as a base to hold this in place. I hope it works. We'll find out. Okay, let's see what happens here when we do this little area. Turn it on. Hopefully. Put it on thick. That don't look too bad. I don't know how that looks in the camera. Yeah, it looks pretty good on the camera too. Okay, so that's what we're doing. Yeah, sit down. Okay, I can't stand for any length of time. It really sucks. Because there's no reason I can't do this in one shot, except the fact that I just can't stand for long periods. But that looks pretty good. Alright, well, reposition this here. Turn it off for a minute. I need some more strain. A little bit more. I open the door so I don't get paint fumed out. Oh, let's sit down for another minute or two. Starting to look pretty good though. There should be enough grass in that canister to wrap it up. At least that part anyway. really think that tin foil helps with the static applicator. Somewhat. Sort of stands up a little bit. I'm really putting a heavy coat of clear on here. Some of it's standing up pretty good, some of it's not, but that's okay. It kind of looks like real grass. Now we'll put tufts of stuff in there when I figure that one out. What needs to go there, but at least we got the top done. Alright, I'm going to take a break. Shut the camera off. I'll be back in a little bit with some more work. Alright, I've had enough of a break. I was actually doing other things. That, yes, were train related. I connected the track back down there on the end where the tunnel's going to go, so we actually have operational trains, sort of. I'm having more problems with this tip up. I'm going to have to do something different. The tip up itself is fine, but getting electricity to the tracks has been a problem, so I'm probably just going to run wires underneath it and not fuck around. We'll worry about that later. Right now we want to get the flocking on this front here, so I tipped this back. And of course we have numerous flocking stuff here. We've got this. We've got a little bit lighter. And we even have, I'm not sure what that is, like leaves or brush or just dead stuff. So we're going to throw some of that on there. And of course we're going to use the clear coat again, because clear coat works really good for what we've got to do with it. We're just going to spray it really thick. Try and get it everywhere. Alright, we'll cover half of it for a time. Alright. Now we're going to put some of this This is probably going to be a little messy, but then what isn't? Now we're going to mix in some of this lighter stuff. Now we don't want to cover everything. We want to have, gaps here and there because, well, this is a mountain, And a real mountain wouldn't be completely covered. So this is just the way we're going to do it. We're going to cover as much as we can. Alright. Make sure the glue. Get more blocking. Alright. I gotta sit down again. See how quick I can't stand very long at all. It's just my back is killing me. I don't know what's actually causing that problem, but I don't know if a back brace wouldn't probably help either. I'll have to invest in a good back brace. I used to have one. I had one from Snap-on. It was more of a belt. But it was about 8 inches thick. Or wide, I should say. I sold it because I didn't feel I needed it anymore. That was a mistake. I used to use that when I was lifting the heavy stuff. You know, engine parts. Anything that had any weight to it would really come in handy. And that thing actually worked. I had no back pain. Of course, that was pre-stroke. And the stroke really did make a difference on a lot of stuff. So, you know, it's a tough call, no matter how you look at it. Alright, I'm going to shut the camera off again, and we're going to let that dry. Then I'm going to flip it back over, maybe, or flip it around or something. And we've still got to do that top portion. Well, actually it's bottom, but the bottom top, if that makes any sense. Where the brown you can see is that needs to be done. And then we need to do the lower front. And I'm debating whether I want to put a rock face on that or not. So, anyway, when I turn the camera back on, I'll probably have an idea what I want to do. And we'll videotape it as I go along. So stay tuned. I'll be back soon. Alright, here we go again. It's still Wednesday. And I put some rocks up on the top here. I already had them, I just had to repaint them because they were white. Now I'm actually putting some shrubbery or scrubs or whatever you want to call it on the face there. And we'll see how that's going to work. Once this dries, I'll trim some of it back. I also put a little bit of covering here. And I'm probably going to put some stuff here as well. There's just a whole lot of stuff going on. I'm using a whole lot of A-lanes over here. Fortunately, I've got 2 more bottles of it, and I'll probably wind up using them too. I'm just breaking off little pieces of this stuff and putting it where I can. There we go. So I'm just making it as overgrown as I can, which I guess you would see on a mountain, really. Got this big clump here. I might put, maybe I'll put it over here. There we go. I'll get some glue in there. Get the aliens going. Starting to look like something now. Of course, you can't really tell it's hard to tell with the positioning of the camera, but it's going to look pretty good. Like I said, I'll probably have to wait till tomorrow to trim the excess off. And that's what I did with the front face there. I trimmed the excess off. Stuff that I glued on there yesterday, and it looks much nicer now. So, this whole project is time consuming no matter how you look at it. I like to finish that front section and flip it back over and then do this part here, this brown that you see. And I'm probably going to use the static applicator on that again. Get as much of it standing up as possible. So we'll see. I'm going to turn the camera off again. And we'll be back later, maybe. It's getting late, it's already 4:15. We'll see. I might get a little more done before I call it a day. Stay tuned, we'll be back. Alright. That's all I got for today, but I've got more recorded. I haven't edited it yet. I'll have to wait till next week. Plus we'll have more done on it by then as well. Tom, as far as I flipped it around and moved it around and jiggled and jacked it around and nothing's fallen off yet. So I'm thinking if it hasn't fallen off by now, it probably won't. Even the flocking really stuck well to the clear coat. Usually when you flock, there's always an excess that'll fall off. Literally nothing fell off. But I really sprayed that shit heavy. It was like a miniature lake. That would be like 2 inches in scale, So I'd say overall it's looking pretty good. And I think the foil worked out really well. I had my doubts at first. The only problem with the foil is it's very fragile. I could probably stick my finger through it, if I put any force against it. So it's important not to touch it if possible. I mean, it's a heavy duty foil, but overall it's, take a quicker, closer look. It looks really good, I think. I put the shrubbery type brush in the front. And he said, I've got that. I videotaped me putting some of that on too. And I still got to put the static grass on that top piece. The second part down to the flat. That'll be covered. And we'll try and get some bushes and anything else I could figure out. Maybe some trees near the top. I don't know about the trees yet, because like I said, I'd have to, if I planted trees, it would have to be where the cardboard is underneath the foil. If I tried to push it through the foil, it would just fall through. Yeah, exactly, Tom. I could add trees later. And I will, because it's going to be tough enough to set it in place the way it is now. And if I had trees on there, I wouldn't be able to clear the overhead rail. And I don't really want to cut it out temporarily, only to have to put it back in. If I can keep it intact, I could just drop it down and will be good to go. So, yeah, trees will definitely be later. I said I want to do some background in that section. I'm thinking about, like, on the back side of, well, you can't see it here. Go back to me here. On the back side that you can't see right now, that's the front. On the back, on each side, maybe putting up a foam board insert right up to the wall, so that'll enclose the whole thing off, so you won't see wires behind it or anything else. And once again, that'll be also part of the, I could make mountain terrain on that and then blend it into where it goes in the sky and some sort of ground effect, you know, down lower on the background wall. So it's harder to explain. I mean, in my head I could see it. It's tough to explain it, but I think it's going to come out pretty good. I really do. Fingers crossed anyway. I still have to do this side over here. The tunnel portals, I haven't weathered them yet. And I don't think I did I? Oh yeah, I did weather them, okay. But I gotta put brush in there, you know, weeds and whatever, along with the upper part. I'm gonna put some shrubbery or something on the side. I didn't get a chance to do that. I worked on the one side. I know you're still here. Ah, you're back, Derek? Cool. Tom says, Jim, maybe you can make a hole for the trees and fill it with a compound of some kind. Yeah, that's possible too. Yeah, I could use silicone for that probably. You know. And once it starts to set, I could pop a tree in there and it should hold it steady. I'll figure it out, like I said. So I want to get some trees up top. Not a lot. You know, nothing real tall either, but just something to dress it up. And I like the way the flocking worked out really good, the dual colors. You know, I brought up pictures on the internet. I typed in pics of mountains, you know. And because I had an idea, sort of, but I really didn't know. And I wanted to do something that looked realistic. So some of the pictures I saw were very similar to this. I said I could duplicate that, and that's what I did. So like I said, I didn't have a lot of materials to work with. I do and I don't. Like I said, I wish I had some lighter stuff, but you know, it actually looks good the way it is. I think anyway. And I don't want to, you know, sometimes if you keep screwing with something, you'll actually mess it up. Oh, that's true too. I didn't even think of that. Hey, Rick, how you doing? Can hot glue the trees in when you're ready. Yeah, that would probably be the easiest way to do it. You know, then I'll have to worry about punching through the foil. Hopefully. Now, thanks for that idea, Rick. You know, I didn't think of that. Hell, I got plenty of hot glue sticks, right? So, and I'll be making use of the hot glue anyway, because like I said, I may use the hot glue to fix the foam board to the wall. It won't be completely permanent, but it'll stick there until I have to, you know, pry it off, but I'll be able to if I need to. Because it won't stay up on its own. So, like I said, we'll figure it out, you know, we always do. No. Anyway, that's what I've been busy all week doing. And I'll come here for, you know, 4 or 5 hours every day that I can. I really haven't had any doctor's appointments or anything to deal with. And, you know, so I was able to get some stuff done. Tom says I use 2 colors of green dark and light and a yellow grass mixed together sometimes. Well, that's what I was thinking I was going to do. And I thought I had some yellow, but I don't. I have like a white. I don't know what the hell that's supposed to be, but I could have sworn I bought some like sample packs where it had all different colors of static grass in it. Well, all I've got left is the the light green, and I've got some dark green, and that's it. I don't have any yellow. Like I said, the white, I don't know what the hell you're supposed to do with that. Snow, yeah, it could be. Now this is not a northern winter scene, so no snow. I'm installing toggle switches on my switches today. Okay. Oh, on your turnouts, okay. That sounded kind of weird. Why would you put switches on your switches? I get it though. I got to do that yet too. That'll be another project on the second level for my yard. I've got all I'm using servos, little 8-gram servos, to run the turnouts, to switch them. And I'm going to use, well, I won't be using toggle switches, I'll be using potentiometers. So they can be like slow motion. I just turn them they'll slowly go over and turn it back. It'll slowly come back. Yeah, it's all, you know. I used to call them switches too until everybody kind of kept correcting it. They're not switches, they're turnouts. What the fuck difference does it make? But then I kind of got used to saying turnout. You know, it is what it is. But, well, are you using tortoises on yours? On your turnouts or switches? I was going to use the tortoises, but it would have been kind of expensive and I didn't want to go that route. So I was able to, I'd get like 10 of the 8-gram servos, which worked fine. I 3D printed, you know, holders for them. And I think I got 10 of them for like $6 or some shit like that. $15, I don't remember which. Where the tortoises, yeah. Yeah, there you go. The tortoises were like, what, $20 each or something like that? I don't remember. And I've got like 11 turnouts on there. So that's a lot, you know. They do switch the track, but I always call them turnouts. Well, that's the proper terminology. I don't know why. I said most of my life I just called them switches, you know. Because it switches the tracks, right? Everybody kept correcting, they're not switches, they're turnouts. All right, you know. Sue me for getting the wrong terminology. But, yeah, I think the tortoises would have been easier to work with. But, like I said, for me it all comes down to, you know, the cash. If I could do something less expensive, then I will. You know, 25 turnouts on your layout. I don't know, I've got 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I've got 16 on mine so far. And I might add 2 more on this drop down. Because the problem is when I put my helix in, well, I got to add some for that too. So I add another 2 for the helix. That's 16, 17, 18, that's 18 of them. 19. And I want to put a double crossover up here. Because what happens is my helix will basically operate off the outside main. So anything on the inside main can't go up the helix without a crossover. So if I put a crossover in, I can take my inside freight train on the inside main, move it over to the outside by way of turnout, and then get it into the helix to go up to the second level. So yeah, so basically when I is all said and done, I'll probably have about 20 turnouts. And 20 times 20, that's about $200 in tortoise switches if I'd have went that way. I bought them from Iron Planet. They were Iron Planet does have the best price on those. I was considering buying used ones. eBay has used ones every now and then. They go down to about $12 to $13, $14 each. The only problem is you don't really know what you're buying when you get a used one, And even though I like to save money, I don't like to take chances, That's true. Double crossover does take four turnout motors. Like I said, I use the I'd probably use tortoises on that. Only because it would be easier. And because they'd be sticking out too, but no matter what I put on there, they'd be sticking out, so I think I'd rather go with the tortoises though on the drop down to do the switch over. So that wouldn't be a big deal. And of course, generally you want those, they can work independently, but usually when you want to switch two at a time. So you go from the inside to the outside. They both have to be on the divergent. Otherwise, if they're using the road tractor, both on the straights. But yeah, you'd almost have to do it that way because I don't think you could. Yeah, you couldn't run two side ones. No, that wouldn't work. That'd be fucked up. All their switch machines, everything is done. That's true. I've seen those, and they're not that expensive either. Not really. They're a little more than the tortoises are, but like you said, they're pretty self-contained. So I may look into that as well. But like I said, that's probably going to be sometime next year before I get to that. And I'm not even worried about that until I get the Helix up. And the Helix probably isn't going to happen until, conservatively, I'd say October, November. Because I've got to build the chip out outside to house it. And then I have to build the Helix itself. Which is I daisy chain two tortoises together. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That would be the way to do it. So one goes, they both go divergent, or the other two would both go straight. So. Jameson Thomas, yes sir, I wish they made a number 8 double cross. I don't think they do they? Yes, Thomas, the linkage is a pain to get right. Thomas says, I've seen them use 2 motors on double crossover, but I'd rather have, you're smarter to use one for each one. I said, there's a time to be skimpy, and then there's a time to just do it right, regardless of what it costs. Like I said, I'd do the same thing Rick did. Daisy chain each, 2 of them together. For the divergent and then for the straight. So. Tom says, I made number 8 double cross my... Oh, you did? That's cool. James says, my crossovers are number 8 customs. Tom says, I have a number 6 double cross. Jim, I may have some smells for sale. My tests tomorrow don't work. They're DCC ready. That'd be cool too, but I don't really care one way or the other. I'm okay with hitting the button. In some ways, I think it's less troublesome to just hit the button than to fuck around with the controller and But let me know. Like I said, I might be interested. You don't have to use them with the DCC, so that's optional. In a way, I want to set, like I said, with the turnout motors I'm using now, the servos. I'm going to have. Well, I haven't really decided yet. I want to put door signals on the tracks in the yard, and I could have those work in conjunction with the turnout motors, or I could have a red and green light on the fascia that'll just show me which is divergent, which isn't. It doesn't really matter. Or I might even do both, who knows. On my NCE system, I addressed 2 motors with the same DCC address. Yeah, well, you could on that. I don't know. You could probably do it on the Digitrax too. I don't know. Yeah, see, James says, I prefer the button. Same here. You know, we're old school that way, I guess. You know where the button is. You know what it does. Push the button, problem solved. James, it was on their website when they came out with the DCC friendly turnouts, but never came available. Okay. James, number 8 looks better. Yeah, it would. No. And I've got tons of turnouts here. I mean, I got like a whole drawer full of them. A lot of them Tom Grassi gave me. I used a lot of them up there on the yard. Most of them are Atlas, which is fine. But I've got some Pico and Atlas in the drawer. So I don't know how I'm going to do that yet, but that's just, that's all stuff for down the road. One thing at a time. I can't do it all at once. I wish I could, but I can't. So, but let's get this thing done first. Get it in place and get that. So I want to get that whole back section really buttoned up. I also want to put probably some weeds and grass on the ground. On the floor of it, on each side of the mountain. Probably some even in the front. And like I said, then I've got to put the short line in for the sugar line. That's going to go in front of all this. That'll be ground level. Yeah, I know, Tom, you got 3 double crossovers. You got a lot of shit on your layout, man. You have a really complex layout, without a doubt. James says, my track center is 2.5 inches. Okay. I think that's what... mine might be 2. I don't remember. I'd have to go measure it. I had my tortoise hooked up to my layout with the DCC system. DCS system. I haven't decided to go the easy way, just go back to toggles. I just want simple. Yeah, I'm the same way, Rick, James says, Thomas, I want to add 1 crossover. Okay. Yeah, I like to keep things simple, too. That's like I said. Automation is fine. I'm not against automation. I just don't want too much of it, Like, I'm using Motorman or will be using Motorman for the overhead rail. That'll be automated. I don't have to screw with it. Turn it on, does its thing, goes back and forth. Yeah, keep it simple, stupid. There you go. And then I don't have to fool with it. I'm going to do the same with the sugar line. I'll get a second Motorman, run that back and forth. That'll be fully automated. Then I could concentrate on running the 2 mains and doing switching or whatever else I want to do. And so I'd like to have all that stuff kind of manual, It's not that big of a deal to push a button. So I'm okay with that. Rick says if I would have gone with a number 8 double crossover, it would have been almost 6 foot long. Holy shit. They that long, really? It might be. Yeah, I only got, I think, 2.5 foot on my dropout, or drop down. And that's really the only place I could put it that would be easily achieved. So, and I had one there before in the old drop down, and I took it out because it was troublesome. I don't remember why it was troublesome, but it was. And I noticed too that whatever direction you're running your train in, that's where your direction of your train should go into the turnout. In other words, from the back side of it. I've got one here. This is a curved turnout, but you want your train to come in from this end here, so that it will automatically follow the points. If you move your points over, it won't. If you're coming in this way, if there's any issue with the points, you're going to have a derailment. And I kind of discovered that early on. So I set my turnouts basically to where mostly the train will be coming in from this end and not on this end. So it's better to come into the points than it is to oppose the points. That makes any sense. Well, that's true URO scale, but oh yes, that would make it 6 foot long. HOs, I think HO may be looking at 3.5 foot, maybe, for number 8, but that's why I said I'll probably use a 6 anyway. But I had this one on there because it was on the back corner. This was the main line. This was the divergent. And it was supposed to be for the sugar line because the sugar line would share the main on the inside main. What was happening is the main always come in this way. And it would hit them points. Some that 9 times out of 10 it'd be fine, but at 10th time it would catch the points wrong and it would derail over there. So I finally got disgusted. I just took the fucking thing out. Said, you know, I don't need that. I want to have a separate short line anyway for the sugar line. Tom says my number 8 double crossover is 30. Yeah, that's it. That's about right. About 2.5 foot. Only a little bit more than that. Rick changed the garden. Yeah, G scale. I'd be like, I'd be about 10 foot, you know, maybe more. Rick says, okay, James, give me your credit card. Yeah, there you go, right? That would be cool to have a G scale or even bigger outside, but I don't have the money for that. I've got 1.7 acres. And everything on the other side of the shed's all open, basically. Some trees here and there, but there's enough room to use like a, what is it? Oh shit, I can't remember what scale. 1 foot scale or foot and a half. I don't remember. You know, ones you ride on. I could do it out there and then even actually go into my regular yard and go across the driveway there. I'd probably need about 20 grand, you know, just for the track. And another 10 grand for the locomotive. That kind of money. Rick, his credit card balance is 0. I bet you could change that. We could all change that. Harrison SMT is doing a guard. Is he really? I haven't watched any of his videos lately. I used to a long time ago. Mostly at the time he was buying used locos and fixing them up and putting them on his indoor layout. He's a good mechanic on HO stuff. Like I said, it's been a while since I've watched any of his stuff. Not bad for a kid, you know. I don't know how old he is. He looks like he's about 16. He might be older than that, I don't know, but that's my impression. James, yes they are. That was custom turnouts number 8. Okay. James says he got a locomotive from the UK. Oh, shit. That must have cost a fortune. Hell, just to ship the damn thing. If I would get out with stainless steel track, I could build an O-scale layout outside. Yeah, you'd want stainless. For sure. Thomas, I would like to see that. All right. Well, like I said, I mean, you know, unless I win the lottery. I don't want the lottery now. I don't know. I might. Nah, I'd probably still stay here, but I would definitely probably put an outdoor railroad in. I'd have the money for it, so what the fuck, you know. I wouldn't even have to lay it down. I'd pay somebody to put it down, you know. And then enjoy the fruits of their labor. But I don't play the lottery enough, and I don't know. Somebody just won the lottery down here in Florida somewhere. It was $800 million because he got the Powerball, and so I'd take the cash instead. Walked away with $434 million. And I'm thinking, holy shit, they literally take half the money if you get the cash payout. Now, if you do the monthly payoff or however they do it, then you get the whole $8 million. Plus, you're gonna have to pay, you know, income tax on that $400 million. That'll probably bring them down to $300 million. It's a bunch of shit, you know. The government takes all the fucking money. I say, so, you know, Florida takes literally almost $400 million right off the top of that. So this guy gets his, you know, 434 million. It's not quite 400 million, but what are they doing with the fucking money? You know. And this is why we don't need property taxes, because they're getting all this fucking money for free, you know. And it's kind of a joke. I mean, I still wouldn't bitch. I mean, I remember standing in line to lotteries, you know. I won't even play the lottery until it gets up to, you know, $500 million. It's like, why? $100 million ain't enough for you? You know? I don't care if it's $1 million. It's still more than I got now. I'll still take it, you know? It's fucking bullshit, man. Yeah, that was Fauci, man. He's an asshole. He should be swinging from a rope. He's guilty of mass murder, fabricating the whole COVID shit, you know, because it was actually, he's the one who started it, really. You know, because even though they blamed on China, he had a lab in China as our lab. They were doing it there because they couldn't do it here. That's how they skirt shit, you know. Oh, we didn't break any laws. We're not playing around with, you know, that type of thing over here in the United States because it's illegal here. So they just do it over there instead. They, you know, they released it. People got sick. It was still basically a flu. But, you know, the cure killed more people than the disease did. And then the shots, you know, the jab, people were still dropping dead from that, if you were dumb enough to get one. Why is this asshole still breathing? And you're right, Tom, you should get a firing squad, a fucking hanging rope, something, you know. Death by lethal injection, the COVID shot. There you go. Yeah, hit him up with about 500 mRNA vaccines, you know, the COVID vaccine. That will surely kill him quick. Yeah, he was awarded $900,000. I wouldn't be surprised. They made him out to be a fucking hero. The guy was an idiot. And he kept a fucking diary. When's the last time you saw a grown man keep a diary of, I guess he got off on killing people. I don't know. You know. Between him and Bill Gates, they should both be swinging from a rope. I say he's guilty of mass murder, lying to the American people, genocide. There was enough people killed to call it genocide. Crimes against Americans. Maybe even crimes against humanity. Because, you know, he had a lot to do with overseas, too. The guy should be dead. You know, and if they're afraid to do it, bring him here. I'll do it for you. I don't care. I'd consider it an honor to take his life. Motherfucker, I'll tell you what, man. James says, we talking guns now? The Americans installed gun turrets in Newfoundland. Yeah, I heard that too. Derek says, I heard that he had a horrible reaction to the shot and he asked the fake news to keep it quiet. Yeah, I'm sure. And he was stupid if he took the shot because they tested it on animals. Dogs, I believe. Every fucking one of the dogs died after it took the shot. Not right away, but like shortly thereafter. Just like the people are dying. It fucks with your DNA. You don't screw with your DNA. You just don't, you know. It's like screwing with the food. You don't fuck with the food, you don't fuck with your DNA. You'll live longer that way. But no, they gotta fuck with both. The guy who invented the mRNA medicine or vaccine, whatever you want to call it, even he said, you can't give this to living beings. It will kill them. And Fauci apparently didn't listen. You know. He got his 15 minutes of fame. Now he needs his 5 seconds of death. I watched the live stream the other day. I didn't watch the live stream, but oh, I know he got very rich off of it. The point being, though, is that, you know, and he's pleading the fifth 111 times because he can't fucking, if he opens up his mouth, he'll incriminate himself, no matter what. Every question they asked him, it fell back on him. He had to plead the fifth. It's still bullshit. And I, you know, if I were the judge, say, you know what, you plead the fifth all you want. I'm going to plead the fifth when it's time to hang your ass. We won't talk about it. We'll just do it. Right? Not me. I hope you didn't get the shot. Because seriously, I mean, my mother-in-law got it, but the thing was, and a lot of people weren't aware, I read about it, and they said that if there were 100 doses, 50 of them were fake, 50 of them were real. It was like they were testing it on people, you know, when they do a, like, you know, when you take an experimental drug, some people get a sugar pill, some people get the real vaccine or injection. They did the same thing with COVID. The fact that she's still alive means she got the fake one. She's lucky. But, you know, a friend of mine died from it. And she was only 50. See, she's about the same age as me. She was like 58. No. Been 61 when she died. Just, that was it. Blood clot, most likely. Who the hell puts the man who made it in charge of fixing it? Well, exactly, you know. It was all bullshit. It was population control. It was an experiment. It had two functions: to kill people for one, and to see if we were dumb enough to fall for it. In a way, it was a good thing because we all learned from. I mean, I didn't, but a lot of people that had, you know, that believed the government just found out that they can't be trusted. James says, I lost my job. Yeah, a lot of people did. But I don't miss work. Exactly. Well, because they gave you an option. Take the shot or get fired. Hell, they fired military soldiers because they refused to take it. I would have too. And I was, you know what? I'll get another fucking job. I can't get another life. Yeah. And it was, I got the flu I got COVID-19. My wife got it back in 2019, right before they discovered what COVID was. I thought we had the flu. Didn't go to the doctor, never did before. I'll get over it. Took about 10 days. It was gone. It wasn't that severe, but then again, some people don't handle the flu very well. 186,000 people every year die from complications of the flu. Not COVID-19, just a seasonal flu. You know, because they're probably old or young, they have weakened immune systems, and it takes them. It doesn't matter what you do, really. You're not going to survive it if you're not going to survive it. So, and I believe COVID-19 was nothing more than a super flu, but that was about it, you know. A lot of them people would still be alive today if they didn't A, get the shot, or B, didn't go to the hospital, because the hospitals actually killed them. You get intubated, you know where they stick that tube down there? And they're forcing your lungs to work. They probably blow out their fucking lungs. You know, I don't know what kind of PSI your lungs can take. It's probably not much, you know. Probably like 1 or 2 PSI. Hell, for all I know, they're pumping 30 PSI into them, you know. Let's expand them lungs. Boom. Oh, too much. And that was the thing. If you got intubated, 99% chance you were going to die of it. You know, one guy, they intubated him, he ripped it out. And he lived. He said he could feel himself dying with it. He pulled it out, and he survived COVID. If he'd left it in, he would be dead. And the fucking doctors knew it. They were all in on it. Well, most of them. And he did it in China, so everything he could have learned was China. That's true, too. Support the veterans all the time, absolutely. 17-year-old athletes had inflamed heart. Oh, I know, it's good. People are dropping dead. They're still dropping dead from it. You know, if you got the shot, and it was the real one, your days are numbered. One way or the other. It might take a year, it might take 5. But you're going to die. And it's going to be because of that shot. All these movie stars are dropping dead at young ages. Well, don't you think they probably got the jab because, you know, they're, first off, they're Democrats, most of them. They're dumb enough to listen to their fucking, you know, overlords. For the rest of us, like, you know, fuck you. I ain't taking no damn shot, you know. And I wasn't going to. First of all, I don't take any new medication. That's a basic rule. I've had doctors here, why don't you try this new stuff for your diabetes? I don't want you to stick it up your ass, you know. When it's been around 10 years and nobody's died from it, come back and see me. But I'm not taking anything new and experimental because they don't test this shit. You're the guinea pig. They test it on you. Oh, fuck that. Rick says my mother's... Yeah, a lot of people have side effects from it, too. So I'm saying, you know... And I got arguments with some of my friends, you know... Oh, it's not that bad. The doctors say it's okay. If the doctor tells you to jump off a 20-story building, you'll be okay. Are you going to fucking believe him? You know, use your brain, dude. And they got the shot anyway. Maybe that will work for all libtards. Got the shot, maybe they will all die and then the party will dissolve. Well, it did. The Democrats are now the Communist Party. That didn't work out right, did it? That's what they are. Well, socialists, but same thing. Yeah, they want to do away with the Senate and the President and the Supreme Court and the cops. Could you imagine what this country will turn into? Without the cops, for one. Without the Supreme Court to make rulings on important laws. Without the Senate is a very important part of the government. And the President. We'd be a third world shithole overnight. And it would be so dangerous that you'd have to lock yourself in your house just to stay alive. And even then it probably wouldn't work. And of course the socialists don't want you owning anything. You know. Like Klaus says, you'll own nothing and be happy. I won't be happy and I won't own nothing either. If they ever even try, the AK's coming out and getting used. Long time COVID my ass. It's a long time reaction to the shot. Spike proteins causing increases in cancer and autoimmune diseases now. Oh, absolutely. And, like I said, blood clots. They were autopsying some of these people back when they first started getting the shots. They'd find clots that were 4, 5, 6 foot long. It's like pulling a worm out of your artery. Ain't no way you're going to live through that, It's just stupid. They do say there's a way to get it out of your body, though. You have to drink, you take something to do with pine needles. You make a broth out of it, and you drink it, and it'll kill the spike proteins. I read it somewhere. I don't know how true it is. I think there's some other more mainstream ways to cure it too, but the smart move is don't get it in the first fucking place. Anytime the government tells you you have to do something, every alarm in your head should be going off. Because the government has never ever done anything for the people. Why in the fuck would they start now? They're just not going to. I don't trust new medicines. This fucking GLP-1s, the stuff for diabetics that helps you lose weight. Turns out it's fucking snake venom, mostly. The side effects are worse than the fucking disease. They wanted to give me. I said, well, they have a different name for it. I can't remember what it's called now, but he said, why don't you get some? We'll give you a script for that. Fuck you. I don't want COVID face or Ozempic face. That's what's Ozempic. I don't want Ozempic face. Look like a skeleton. I don't want stomach paralysis. I damn sure don't want Alzheimer's. They said it causes Alzheimer's. I have a rule. If the side effects are worse than the disease, it's not a cure or a treatment. It's worse than what you already got, A lot of bullshit fixes on the internet. Oh, absolutely, Derek. That's why I said I probably wouldn't try it, but I just, simplified it by not getting the shot in the first place. And the only way they would have gave me the shot, well, they would have had to literally hold me down and force it on me. And then probably I would have went out and got the gun and killed every one of them afterwards, but before I died, Because that's how serious I am about it. The last side effect is death. Well, that's I say. You see all these drugs on TV, Ask your doctor if whatever it is right for you. Side effects may include heart attack, stroke, kidney failure, liver failure, in some cases even death. And then at the end it says, see if how do they put it? If the benefits outweigh the risks. If the risk is death, what the fuck outweighs that? That's fucking ignorant, man. I just get a laugh out of half of those drug commercials. I'm glad they have them because, I wouldn't try them anyway. Like I said, I have a basic rule. If it's less than 5 years old, I won't go near it, because it hasn't been tested yet. Give me old-fashioned drugs that I can trust, I got blood thinner, I take warfarin, Warfarin's been around for like 100 years. It's a pain in the ass because you have to, check your blood thickness, your clotting ability or whatever it does, INR, every 14 days because, it changes depending on your diet, your activity, whatever. And I do that. And I always sometimes have to change how much I take, my dosage. But the beauty of it is if something happens and I need an operation or I cut myself, I could take a vitamin K pill, and immediately it kills the effects of warfarin. Vitamin K causes your blood to clot. So emergency surgery or something, they could, inject me with vitamin K so I won't bleed out while they're working on me. They got these other things, I can't think of the names of them now. They're new blood thinners. They're in a pill. And you have no control over them, and you can't counteract them. And I said, well, which do you want? I said, I'll take the fucking warfarin. That I could control. I'm in charge of it, not the other way around. If I started bleeding internally, say a stomach ulcer or something, I could bleed out and die, and there wouldn't be anything I can do about it, or the hospital for that matter. Fuck that. Shot has been out more than 5 years, and we still don't have a list of the side effects from the government. And they'll never show them to you either. That should have been outlawed. It should never have been put in production in the first place. Because like I said, the guy who discovered it or invented it came out and said, you cannot give this to any living being. Not animals, not birds, not reptiles, not people, nothing that's alive. It will kill them. It makes you wonder why the fuck they even have something like that. Can't give it to nobody. I get a little passionate about it because it pisses me off, And what really pisses me off is guys like Fauci. They're not going to do nothing to him. He'll keep pleading the fifth, and they'll get tired of fucking with him. They'll turn him loose, and he'll go live out the rest of his life as a multi-millionaire. I'm hoping that some vigilante will do what needs to be done, deliver some justice. Whether that'll happen, I don't know what he knows, but fingers crossed. Because we simply won't take care of the problems. Anytime a politician commits a crime, against the people especially, they ever get punished for it? No. You slap my hand, don't do that again because that was bad. Okay. And they do it again anyway. They should be held to a higher standard. They fuck up, the rope. Or the firing squad, whichever you prefer. I like the rope because it's the cheapest way. And you can reuse that rope over and over and over again. So, it's just, but that's what I'm saying. It's a shit show is all it is. Makes it look like the government's doing something. You know why they're doing this, right? The midterms are coming up. And they're trying to make themselves look good. Now, I voted for Trump. I like Trump. I think Trump has been compromised. And I won't go into great detail because, YouTube. But, what was I going to say? I lost my train of thought. I hate that. That happened. Well, as I say, remember he promised us $2,000 checks? Stimulus checks? We haven't gotten them yet, and I said, you watch. If we do get them, it's going to be right before the midterms because it'll be a fucking bribe. And actually, they're talking about it again, so there's a good probability we may each get a $2,000 check. But don't be fooled, it's a bribe. To keep you voting for the Republicans because, for whatever reason they're afraid the Democrats are going to take back both houses. I don't think it'll happen. If they do, it's because they either cheated or because the people are that fucking stupid that they would vote for Democrats. I don't care how bad the Republicans are, they're not near as bad as Democrats. The same thing here in Florida. We had the governor's race. You heard me talk about that. In fact, I did a premiere video a couple of days ago on it. If Byron Donalds, the black guy, gets in, he's going to destroy Florida. He's a New Yorker. We don't need New York politics in Florida. Look what they did to New York. But they want him in there because basically he's a Democrat. He's a rhino. He used to be a Democrat when Obama was president. Never trust a Democrat that, a leopard doesn't change its spots. And neither do Democrats. So we got really two choices. We either got Jay Collins, who's the lieutenant governor right now, and he's a good guy, I think. Or James Fishback. Now I'm going to vote for Fishback, but I like Fishback. He says the right things, but, is he full of shit? No one knows. He reminds me of a young first-term Donald Trump. And I don't think he can be bought too easily, so we'll see. We'll see. All right, James, thanks for popping in, man. Appreciate you showing up and enjoying the train stuff. We'll see you next week. Well, you might be right, Rick, but like I said, it depends, because right now, a lot of people are upset that we're in Iran. I've got mixed feelings on it. Iran has been troublesome, not because of they were never going to get nukes anyway, and even if they did, they were dumb enough to use them, somebody would glass them right off the map, you know. Russia would destroy them, China would destroy them, we would destroy them, Israel might destroy them. It would have been, they would have gotten nuked out of existence. And chances are anything they came up with, we could have shot down before it did any damage. And so could Israel or Russia or China or, you know, any of the nuclear powers. So I wasn't worried about that. And I don't believe that nukes exist anyway, not as they claim. Everything I've been reading says that you cannot make a nuclear weapon that could be flown or put in a rocket because they're so huge. They're ground-based, and all you could do is make a ground-based nuke. The yield is still pretty high on them, but the device itself has to be on the ground. You can't put it in a missile or a rocket or anything else. We don't have anything big enough for them. You know, I mean, the movies, you know, little nuke like this, you know, and we put it right in the warhead of a missile, and it'll, you know, wipe out 10 square miles or whatever it hits. Bullshit. And if there were such a thing, somebody would have used one already. Just because, you know, hell, probably would have been us. So I don't believe they exist. You know, remember Putin was threatening to nuke Europe and Ukraine and us if we didn't get out of their way. Nobody gave him any nobody cared what he said. Where's the nukes? He didn't nuke anybody because he doesn't have any. At least not in that sense, anyway. And I doubt we have them either, you know. It could be the second biggest fraud on the world, second only to the moon landing. Because that never happened either. Well, yeah, they could do dirty bombs, but... And that's another thing, too. Now, well, let's look at 3 Mile Island here. You know, when it went critical, it didn't burn through to the other side of the planet, because that was bullshit. First off, when it hit the core, it would have been destroyed anyway. If there's any truth to the core of the planet, which, once again, don't know. Or, what's that one in Russia that's a problem? I can't think of the name of it now, but they said there's animals are fine and everything else. The radiation is mostly gone. It's only been a few years. We nuked Hiroshima and Nagasaki, supposedly, and a week later they started rebuilding the cities. Nobody was walking around with 3 arms and 4 eyes or 5 eyes and 2 heads. There was no problems. Where was the radiation poisoning? It was supposed to be around for 1,000 years. Hell, it's only been 100 years. Actually, it's only been like 80 years. And there's no trace of radiation of either one of them cities. Because they were never nuked to begin with. We carpet bombed both cities. The whole nuclear thing. And then, you know, they didn't have cell phones back then, so nobody could document it. So even nuclear. Then there's that other guy, a scientist. He's been carrying around a radioactive rock in his fucking coat pocket for the last 15 years. He says it's harmless. I mean, you don't know what the hell to believe. Yeah, Chernobyl, that's it. You don't know what the hell to believe anymore. I think they're all full of shit. I don't believe anything the government says. You know. Now they claim that we're using directed energy weapons in Iran against the Iranian war machine. There any truth to that? Maybe there is, maybe there ain't. Maybe they're lying. They found live fish in the cooling. Yeah, they did. That's what I'm saying, you know. You don't know what the hell to believe anymore. All we do know is that the government will in fact lie to you every chance it gets. And it's been doing that probably since, well, a long damn time. Yeah, none of us were alive back then, but, you know, World War II or right before that, in the 20s, you know, remember that movie, was it Reefer Madness? Reefer Madness was a training film. You know, I said it was before I was born, obviously, but they used to show it to kids in school. It was all lies. If you ever seen the movie, we've all seen Reefer Madness. But they were trying to convince people if you smoked weed, you would go insane and fuck everything that walked and did all kinds of weird shit, get violent. No, that shit happens. I mean, you get high, you don't want to do shit. You lay around and look at the fucking, you know, life go by. You're too tired to do any fucking, so yeah. But they actually tried to convince people that that was the effects of marijuana, and it wasn't. They lied. You know. Same thing with, you know, now I do remember this because in first grade we did the duck and cover for the nuclear attack, you know, in case the Russians nuked us. You know, hide under your desk, you'll live through it. Or dive into a body of water like a swimming pool. How would you survive at, you know, 10,000 degrees of a nuclear blast inside a swimming pool? You'd be boiled alive. And you can hide under your desk, but, you know, ain't gonna do you any good. And so, like, I used to have a poster when I was a kid. Said the 10 things you need to do in case of nuclear attack, you know. And I went through each one, you know. First, stay away from windows and doors. Go to the middle of your house. Remove any loose clothing. Empty your pockets of pencils, cigarette lighters, anything that can, you know, that can hurt you. If you wear glasses, remove your glasses. And the final thing it would say is, now tuck your head firmly between your legs and kiss your ass goodbye. Because that was the extent of it. You couldn't survive it, supposedly. Now they're trying to say that we can have an all-out nuclear war and we would actually survive it in most cases. Are they lying? We don't know. You know. But if you go by Chernobyl and 3 Mile Island, those places are safe to go to now. You just can't trust the fuckers, you know. I like watching the video on Chernobyl where the people sneak into. Yeah, I've seen that. Rick says, I watch how these retards who smoke, how they drive. Yeah, and they're all paranoid, driving real slow and shit, you know. That dope that is. So you put your head between the legs of the hottest girl and then kiss her ass goodbye. That'll work. I mean, if you're gonna die, you know, might as well make it a good last stand of it, right? That's what I would do. Yeah, I was looking at a map recently, I think a few months ago. Because ever since this shit with Iran started, you know, they're trying to convince us World War III has started. It may have, I don't know. But nobody seems to give a shit. Nobody's making any real threats. You know. Israel was talking about nuking Iran, and China says you don't want to do that because, you know, we will wipe you off the planet. Whether they're full of shit or not is anybody's guess, but it doesn't matter. So anyway, since that scare came up, all over the place, newspapers, TV shows, the internet, how to survive nuclear war. Can you survive nuclear war? What effect will nuclear war have in your area? And they actually had a software program where you could drop a 40 megaton nuke, like in a city of your choice, and see how far it would cause a problem. So like, we're about 100 miles, I think, or 80 miles from Tampa. Now, if there were nukes, and like I said, I have my doubts, but Tampa would probably be one of the first targets, because that's where Central Command is. Even though they're supposedly, hardened against nuclear attacks, so it wouldn't do anything to them anyway. So they drop a 40 megaton drop bomb on Tampa. 10-mile radius wiped out immediately, like within seconds. The fallout would reach another 30, 40 miles. And then it was like we were just out of the range here in Sebring. So we'd be like 30 miles away from the worst of it. If there's any truth to it, I don't know. They would probably hit there. Well, no, because like I said, you got a base right there in Avon Park, which is like 50 miles away. There's no real reason to hit them. They're going to go for, at least what we're told anyway, they're going to go for major military bases. They're going to go for population cities like Tampa, Miami, New York City, Washington, D.C., any missile silos, most of which are out in the Midwest, like Montana, North and South Dakota. They're going to try and knock them out, but the thing is, as soon as they launch, we're going to launch. And I still say, when I was in school, yeah, they would be probably D.C. D.C. because that's where the government is, and New York City because that's where the financial hub is. You knock those two cities out, you could almost cripple America. That makes sense. When I was a kid, a teenager, I used to argue with my teacher. Said, look, if the Russians were dumb enough to lob one over here, they're not going to lob everything. All right? They're going to send one over. We're going to go, oh, they just launched a nuke. Let's send one back. We're going to launch one, and only one. And we'll wait and see what happens. When they see the destruction, if it's real, they'll probably both give up and call it quits right then and there. I mean, they've got like, 3,000 ICBMs? We got like 4,000. We have enough firepower to destroy the planet 32 times, last I heard. Who's going to be around after the first is my first question. Nobody's going to be around to destroy it twice, or third time, or fourth time, or, 32 times. They're just not going to do it. Each one will send one because nobody really knows what it'll do. It could be really bad. If it is, look, if they drop a nuke, let's say in Washington, D.C., and I think their biggest one is 50 megaton. I think our biggest one's like 40. So they drop one on D.C., we drop one on their capital, which is whatever. They don't really know the extent of the fallout. Let's say they get the jump on us and we don't nuke them, but they nuke us. Okay, people will survive. The fallout could travel around the world. Could wipe out the whole planet. One nuke. I don't think it will. Because like I said, I don't believe they exist anyway. But what if it did? Why would you risk sending everything you got over knowing full well, full well and good that you just ended the fucking human race. And even if you survive it, you may be the only one. It's not really a fucking, there's no bragging rights to being a king of nothing. So I used to argue with my teachers and shit about it. They're not going to do it. There's no way we're going to do full, all out, throw everything we got, they throw everything we got, and then China throws everything they got, Israel throw everything. All the nuclear nations, if they start launching everything they got, they probably will destroy the planet if there's any truth to any of it. But I don't believe they're that dumb. The whole idea of war is to force your enemy to surrender so that you win. If you lose and they lose, what was the point of all of it? Well, down the road it wouldn't. The earth would recover, but we probably would. I don't know. If there is a God, he will be busy checking on in heaven. Well, not everyone. I think a whole shitload will be going to hell, too. That would be okay if they got me, damn it. I don't know. There's, 11 million people in New York City? You want to wipe out 11 million people just to kill one communist? May not be a bad deal either way. Oh, we're in the red again for a minute here. Come on, get back in the green. There we go. It hiccups every now and then. I don't know why. I don't believe it'll happen. I don't think it'll go down that way. I really don't. I mean, I could be wrong. There's no way of knowing, but as dumb as the human race is, I don't think we're all suicidal. And that's like, there's an old joke running around. It kind of reminds me of that. Guy comes home early from work, walks in the door, sees his wife and his best friend, having at it in the bedroom. So he walks over to the dresser, pulls out a handgun, points it at his head. They start laughing at him. So he goes, "What are you laughing at? You're next." And it's probably OBS doing that, I'm sure. As I'm saying, that's kind of what we're doing in a nuclear war. I'll fix you. I'll blow up everything, including us. And that'll fix your ass, won't it? No, it won't. You can't. There's no point going to war if your intention is not to win. As I said, I'm not that worried about it. I think other things will get us long before that will. And now I was reading, there was an article on the internet the other day on YouTube saying if you're worried about nukes, we have weapons that make nukes look like firecrackers. If that's true, we're fucked. But I don't believe it, I mean, at what point do you step back and say, okay? I mean, Trump kind of had it right, because in his first term, he says, they told him, he said, well, you can't actually, drop a nuke on anybody. He says, well, then why the fuck do we have them? It was a valid question. He never got an answer. Like I said, I don't believe they exist anyway. I think it's literally the biggest scam in the history of the world, but next to the moon landing anyway. But it makes sense though. Why would you have a weapon that you can't use? What would be the point? And well, man, we've created some really cool things in our history, but I'm not sure that God would allow us to make such a weapon. We can literally wipe out mankind off the face of the earth. That would be like playing God himself, and I don't think, like I said, I don't think God would put up with that shit. You people ain't me. You can't do that. I get to do it, you know. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not worried about it one way or the other, but I do think, though, that these people that are hurting us, and maybe even the world, should be put down, you know. If we don't vanquish evil, who the hell will? And we don't know when Jesus is coming back. I mean, he's coming back soon, supposedly. Soon could be next week, next year, next century. We don't know, you know. And why wait on him? Nothing in the Bible tells us we can't fix these problems. It says we probably won't, which clearly we're not. But if we got a bug up our asses, you know what? Let's start executing the bad guys. And actually do it. And you'd see how fast shit would change everywhere. You know. That's why I should be in charge, because I don't care. I'm not afraid to kill people. You know. If you do something evil, you should be vanquished. That's simple. Steal money from the American people? Hanging rope. Yeah. Try and create a surveillance state with flock cameras? Hanging rope. Poisoned our food? Hanging rope, you know. That's my solution for everything, and it would work. You know. If we ever got a stick up our asses and decided to storm the government, and all we wouldn't even need guns, just bring the ropes with us. Sling them over the light poles, make the noose, bring out all the politicians and go, all right, you're next. Put their head in the rope and hang them. And I tell you, after the first couple, the rest of them will figure it out. Oh, they're not putting up with our shit anymore. No, we're not. But it's too late for you because, you know, you've already committed the crimes. But the people who replace you, now they know. And that'd be the only way to handle it, really. And, you know, at some point, somebody in this country, or probably a whole bunch of somebodies, is going to get a bone up their ass and they're going to say, you know what, enough. I'm surprised they haven't already. You know. And there would be no repeat offenders, absolutely. And there shouldn't be. And that's another thing. You commit a crime, okay, everybody gets a shot, you know. You do a little bit of time, you come out. Do it again, a hanging rope. You only get one shot, that's it. You don't learn after the first time, you ain't gonna learn after the second, third, or 70th or 80th for that matter. You know, people out there, 80 fucking convictions. They're still breathing. Why? Obviously they're not going to change. You know, they're simply hell-bent on being evil. They should be hanging. You know, if Trump was smart, instead of putting golden eagles all over the White House, should be putting heads on pikes. You know, as a fucking warning for anybody that wants to break the law. You do something stupid, this is going to be your head on the pike. That worked for Vlad, didn't it? But, you know, like I said, I get tired of shit because you know the definition of insanity, right? Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. And that's what we're doing in this country. You know, we don't learn. Oh, the guy killed somebody. Well, give him 20 years. Let him out. He'll be all right after that. You let him out, he does it again. Give him another 20 years after he'll be, and it never stops. Because he doesn't think he did anything wrong. Or he doesn't care. So we shouldn't care either. You killed someone? Take a life, lose your own. It's up to self-defense. It just has to be that way, you know. Yeah, fucking idiot, Carmelo. He's getting another trial, a new trial. Apparently they threatened to sue or whatever, and I didn't get a fair trial. Dude, you admitted you killed the white kid. You don't even need a fucking trial. You admitted to it. We saw you do it. It's on video, practically, you know. And he's going to get a new trial. I don't know what he thinks is going to happen. Because he was trying to pull self-defense. That's not a self-defense case. And this is the kind of shit that we talk. If you or I did that, we wouldn't get an appeal. It's all right, dude. You done admitted to killing that guy. You're going to prison forever, you know, or you're going to get death penalty. It ain't right, you know. I'm not saying it's because he's black. I don't care what color you are. If you take a wife, regardless of your color, regardless of the color of the wife you took, you need to lose your life, period. You know? If you're a white guy and killed a black guy, you got to lose your life. If you're a black guy and killed a white guy, lose your life. If you're a black guy that killed a black guy, you still lose your life. If you're a white guy that killed a white guy, you know. It doesn't matter who you kill, and there's no stages of kill. You know? There's no first, second, third degree murder, manslaughter, aggravated manslaughter. What the fuck? Is there degrees of death? The guy's either dead or he ain't. So it should be the same thing. Well, you killed him, he's dead. You lose your life. You know? Yeah, like they didn't like Vlad, but he was a cool dude. He didn't mess around. Oh, he did. You know? Vlad the Impaler. That guy was, you know, he's fucking pretty severe, right? But nobody fucked with him. I don't know that much about him. I remember reading about him in history, but actually Dracula was patterned after him. I don't know why, because he didn't drink the blood of the people he impaled, but he wasn't a vampire, but somehow or another got connected somehow. But the point being is, any of them guys back then, you know, Vlad, what's that guy, the Chinese guy that fucking killed people? Fuck, I can't remember his name now. I'll tell you, my mind's going. It's on the tip of my tongue, but anyway, but he didn't take nobody's shit. None of them guys did. You fucked up, they killed you. Now, if you looked at them the wrong way, they'd kill you, you know. We need this, to some degree, we need to pattern ourselves after that, you know. I said, if you kill somebody, hell yeah, and the last one, well, what was it, double execution there in Florida? They said that they suffered a little bit in their execution, and now they're arguing about it. Well, so what? Did their victims suffer? Pretty sure they did. You know, who cares if the criminal suffers or not? I'd prefer him to suffer a little bit, you know. And that's the beauty of hanging. You don't always die instantly. Depends how high you set the rope, you know. Sometimes you just, get choked out. That's a long, painful death. I got a problem with that. You know. Guy stabbed the woman 32 fucking times and killed her. And then raped her afterwards. You know, that's even weirder. It's happened. And we're worried about causing him a little discomfort when we execute him? Seriously? Fuck. I think the punishment should fit the crime. Let's stab him 32 times. And rape him afterwards. But, you know, with a broom handler or something. I mean, you know, you should suffer. And it should be fucking public, you know. Oh, we're killing a mass murderer today. He hacked up everybody with a machete, so we're going to give him the machete treatment. It'll be on, you know, televised live at 11. And we should do it that way. And then the rest of the assholes go, oh, hell, I don't want to be that guy, you know. But we don't do that shit. Exactly. They should get some pain in the execution. They should actually get a lot of pain. And like I said, in some ways, the punishment should fit the crime. You hack somebody to death, Guess what? You rape somebody to death? Well, it's going to be a bad day for you, dude. You know. You gun somebody down, you get gunned down. You know. It probably won't stop the murders. I don't think anything will, because people will do what they want to do, but let them suffer heavily for it. I mean, I think it'll keep some from doing it. You know, if murder was legal, we'd all be doing it. And we could say, oh no, I would never do that, but you're lying. Because, you know, because we've been brought up differently. But if you were brought up in a world where murder was normal and legal, you'd be killing people just like the murderers do, the bad guys. You know, but most of us won't do it because, well, we don't want the penalty. And of course, you know, moral reasons, I wouldn't want to have to live with that. I could kill somebody in self-defense and it wouldn't bother me. I know I say that and I don't really know. Maybe I've just convinced myself that it wouldn't bother me, but, you know. But if it's me or them, then, you know, it seems like an easy choice. More ammo, please. But to go out and kill somebody in cold blood because I want their shoes, or their money, or their clothes, or whatever, their big screen TV, I couldn't do it. I think it would just eat me up. I mean, you know, if I did do it, but I wouldn't, for that main reason. I think it would destroy me mentally, you know. But the people that do these things, like you said, unfortunately, you know, some of the blacks do this because they put less value on life than some whites do. Not all of them. But, you know, it takes a certain type of thinking mentality to grab your gun, get in your car, and go gun down 20 people because they were on the wrong side of the street. I'm sorry, you know, there's something wrong with that. Bet there wouldn't be any Dems in that society. Well, no, they'll be killed off. Wouldn't be any overcrowding in the prison. No, well, that's another thing, too. If I were the president, I mean, I couldn't legally do it, but I would try, by executive order, to have the prisons cleaned out. And I don't mean releasing them. I mean getting rid of them, you know. You're in there for a felony, firing squad, you know. Line them up on the wall, get the 50 caliber machine gun out. I'll pull the trigger. And televise it. So this is what happens when you kill people, you rape women, you hurt children. You know, like I said, serious felonies, not bullshit stuff, but I don't care. That's another thing. I disagree with the whole drug thing. I think anybody that takes drugs is stupid. Yeah, I know they had that here in Florida, 3 strikes you're out, but that was just life in prison. They didn't kill you, though. That was the problem. If they said 3 strikes you get the death penalty, I think it would have had greater weight, you know. And some fucking judge says, well, that's not fair. You can't do that. And of course we had to stop doing it. That judge should have been executed. And I would have no issue with that either. But, you know, like I said, if you want to do drugs, that's on you. As long as you don't hurt anybody or steal from, you know, if you're knocking over old ladies to support your drug habit, you're getting the rope. You know, just because. If you want to support your own habit, that's your business. And once again, and I thought the smartest thing to do, I said this when I was a teenager too. The government was smart. They'd intercept all the drugs, taint them so they're deadly, put them back out on the street, and let the problem solve itself. You know. Now people die from overdoses or tainted drugs. Maybe some won't do it. And if they do, well, you know, that's the way it goes. Oh, absolutely. Bring back public execution. Because if the people don't see it, they won't believe it, you know. And the way we do it now, it's a joke. You know, if you do get put to sleep. Do they still put a hood over you? I think they do. I know they did with the electric chair. And they only allowed like 6 or 7 people to witness it. That's bullshit. That should have been on, primetime TV, man. While we're executing Joe Jackass tonight, it'll be on all 3 stations, all major networks, 8 o'clock Eastern time. And you'll get to see it in all its glory. Forget the hood. Let's see his eyes pop out and his fucking nose explode. They claim all the weird shit that happens when you're electrocuted. I think it would scare the hell out of a lot of people. It's like, it's why kids play with guns, Don't let your kids see your gun. So when he does find it, he thinks it's a toy and winds up killing himself or somebody else with it, My kids all knew what the guns were. They handled the guns, my supervision, of course. And, I'd let them fire the gun with, my hand over theirs. And it scared them. They knew it wasn't a toy. So I never worried about it. I never kept a loaded gun in the house anyway. I semi-automatics. I never had one in the chamber. And they weren't strong enough to rack one. I was never worried, though, but I didn't have to lock up my guns because they knew what they were. Or just recently some 6-year-old rifling around in his dad's bedroom, found the gun underneath the mattress, wound up killing his sister. Now, yeah, it was the kid's fault because he shouldn't have been playing with it, but it's the adult's fault for not educating his kid on what a gun is and does. And once again, sometimes you have to really be put in a position where you see or experience something so that you don't do it. When I was 18, no, 17, yeah, when I was 17, no, I was 15. 15 years old, I was dating a 20-year-old, real pretty girl. She had a kid, little boy. He was over our house one night, and we're, on a date. The kid comes out, we're both smokers, me and the girl. And the kid says, Mommy, I want one. So, she says, I'll let him have one. I said, what are you, nuts? You can't give the kid a cigarette. No, trust me. So she lit one up for him, put it in his mouth, and he says, he didn't know what to do with it. She goes, do this, as hard as you can. I'd never seen a kid turn that many different colors before. Choking and hooking. He didn't want to do with it after that. She goes, he won't touch a cigarette till he's at least 20 years old, if even then. I thought about it, that makes perfect sense. Because it was unpleasant, and that will stick in that kid's mind most of his life. And execution's the same way. If you see somebody getting put down, and I don't mean with a fucking needle, that's a joke. You gun them down, hang them, or something, even fry them, whatever the case may be. Let the people see that. Televise it far and wide. This could be you if you do this. I think it would wake a lot of people up and say, I don't want to be that motherfucker. I watched a girl walk by so strung out on drugs she could only walk about 5 feet and had to lay down. We called the police. She got a free stay. There you go. In the Monroe Police Motel. There you go. At the Gray Bar Motel, I think they call it. When I was in high school, I literally seen people die on the campus, from overdoses. It was a common thing. About once a week, somebody'd kick it right there, man. That was it, It was usually pills. I don't think anybody was shooting heroin back then, but like I had a girl that I was sort of dating. We weren't serious or anything, and I was over her house one day. She said, I got to get high on something. I said, why? She said, I just do. She was rifling through her dad's medicine cabinet, found some World War II painkillers. And they're from like 1945. This was in the 70s. You can't eat them fucking things. They'll probably kill you. Oh, they'll be fine. She took 2 of them. Guess she got high as a kite on them. I think, what the fuck is wrong with you, you know? I wouldn't do that, you know? And I didn't really have a fear of dying, but I wasn't going to fucking go for it either, you know? That show would go off the air after a short time because there'd eventually be no more participants. It would be the only show you wouldn't mind going off the air. That's probably true, Derek. And that'd be fine, you know. Like I said, if it got the point across, you know. But the thing is, like I said, there's always somebody that's going to abuse the law. You can't stop all murders. There'll be people out there just don't give a shit, you know. Or they're just so out of their minds that they don't think about it, you know. I think you'll always have murders, but we can minimize them, you know. Now it's an everyday thing. You turn on the internet and every day at least 30 people are dead. At least, you know. Shot to death, run over, knifed, strangled, thrown out a window, you know, strung out on drugs. It's literally an everyday occurrence. You know, when I lived in Naples, you know, before I moved up here, I think we had something like, you know, 1 murder a year as a rule. It was a pretty safe place, you know, before all the riffraff moved in, but. And, you know, you go back in the 70s and 80s, there were no murders. They said you had drug overdoses when I was in high school. That was in the 70s, but they didn't really classify that as a crime for some reason. I think they tried to, you know, hush it up early, but you know, nobody was robbing banks. Nobody was getting shot in the streets. You go down there today, they have a couple of murders a week now, it seems. You know, it's fucking crazy. And of course, you know, bringing in all these illegals isn't helping either. We're bringing in people from other places where death is a fact of life. It's normal. You know, you can kill your neighbor, you can kill the guy down the street if he looks at you the wrong way because, you know, he didn't respect you. You go to Haiti, you see this shit all the time. People get knocked off literally probably every hour over there. You know. Somalia, same thing. The Middle Eastern countries, a lot of that goes on too. You know. So, you know, you're not going to get rid of it as long as you keep bringing the riffraff over here. Stop bringing them here, you know. Find the most painful death that takes the longest to die and introduce them to it. I got no issue with that. You know, you could give them drug overdoses, you know, let them die, bring them back to life with Narcan, and do that over and over and over. I don't know how many times they can do it before they finally just can't come back anymore, but wouldn't it be fun to find out? You know. I mean, it's all, but I would publicize though, because if you don't publicize it, it's pointless. The idea is to make an example out of them, you know. And I don't know what's wrong with our government, you know. They're okay with killing people with COVID or some other stupid laws, but they won't kill the bad guys, you know. They just caught somebody, well, they caught a serial killer, I think a few weeks ago. They took them 2 decades to catch him. And the only reason they did is because one of his victims didn't die. And she was able to identify him. He got life imprisonment. Killed over 30 women over 2 decades. And I'll tell you what, if I were the judge, somebody give me a gun, Take him out behind the courthouse. I'm taking him out, in the next hour. you know. I wouldn't fuck around. But yet he gets life imprisonment. But if you accidentally kill some old lady on the street, accidentally for real, didn't intend to, you'll get the electric chair for it. The serial killers never get the death penalty. Why is that? They didn't kill Charles Manson because they were afraid of him. Because he told them, if you kill me, I'll come back and kill every one of you. And they believed him. I would have killed him, cut his fucking head off, buried the head in one place and the rest of the body somewhere else, and said, yeah, you ain't coming back to shit, motherfucker. You're dead and gone, But, like I said, our so-called law enforcement, they're afraid. Made a deal to admit all of them for no death penalty so they can solve the homicides. Well, yeah, but that doesn't fix nothing. They don't know what happened when you are... Oh, they don't? I didn't know that. Well, it sounds like an idea anyway, They should bring back some torture devices from the Dark Ages, the Middle Ages, whatever. The rack. Remember when they used to draw and quarter people? 4 horses. Tied to one horse tied to one arm, one horse tied to the other arm, one horse for the leg, the other horse for the other leg. And they would literally, you would be drawn and quartered. They'd cut you in 4 pieces. That had to be a fucking painful death. Yeah. And I'll tell you, back in the day, the Middle Ages, Dark Ages, whatever you want to call it, they didn't fuck around, man. They found some pretty fucked up ways of killing people, The bleeding hearts want to analyze. That's true, unfortunately. There's nothing to analyze, Listen, after Einstein died, they cut up his brain. I think like 4 places have parts of his brain. They were trying to figure out why he was a genius. He died when? In the 50s? Here we are, 2026. They still don't know why he was a genius. They'll never know why. It's no different than taking a mass murderer, serial killer. They'll never figure out why he does it. We already know he was evil. Evil doesn't need a reason. It just does. And the only thing you do with it is to kill it. This is not rocket science, man. At least I don't think it is. Do they really believe that they can fix these people? Especially a serial killer. So you went out, you stalked, kidnapped, tortured, and murdered 30 women over 2 decades, over 20 years. There is nothing that's going to A, erase that, or B, fix your brain so you won't do it again and still be a productive member of society, which you clearly never were anyway. You can't fix somebody like that. If you can't fix them, kill them. Let them, Thomas, they can even dissect the brain to see what's different. They won't find anything. April 18th, 1955 is when Albert Einstein born March 14th, 1870. Yeah. Oh, when he died. Okay. And it was in the 50s. My dad met him. Because he was in Jersey at the time. I think Princeton. I remember how my dad, he told me how, he did bump into him, actually talked to him for a few minutes. And it was right before he died, you know. My dad was born in 1919. And he's still around. I think he didn't die till 2010, you know. Lived to be 91. Yeah, Princeton, New Jersey. Yeah, you have an AC/DC train. I ain't touching that one, Thomas. So, I mean, realistically, they don't know how the brain works. I mean, they sort of do, but they don't, you know. Some people do shit, they don't know why. Other people don't, they don't know why. And does it make a difference? And if you take a life that's not in self-defense, you should lose your own. It should be the law of the land. It should be a universal law on the entire fucking planet. Yeah? We don't care why you did it, or even how you did it. The fact that you did it and that person is dead means you get to join them. It should be that simple, but yet we can't do that. I don't know why. I mean, if there's doubts, you know, because we don't want to kill innocent people, but, well, these idiots admit to it. You know, like the black kid there I was just talking about, Carmelo. He admitted to killing it. Well, he admitted to stabbing the guy. I don't know if he knew he killed him or not, but probably assume he did. He saw the dead body that day. You know, he shouldn't have even gotten a trial. You know, there was no doubt. You get caught with your hand in the cookie jar, you're fucking guilty. Wasn't somebody else's hand in there, it was yours. We saw it, we pulled it out. Or you admitted to it. I know AC/DC's a rock band. You ever wonder why they named themselves that, though? They're all bisexual, you know. They go both ways. Seriously, they do. I like AC/DC, but, you know, they're a little weird. Yeah, I agree, lawyers, but remember Shakespeare said, first kill all the lawyers. You might have been on to something. You know. I could never be a lawyer because, you know, if you came up to me and basically, you know they're guilty, especially if they were caught, you know, red-handed, I can't defend that fucker. Hey, Your Honor, he's guilty, fry him, you know, or shoot him or hang him or whatever. You're not even allowed to do that. Matter of fact, if you did do that, you could get disbarred for refusing to acknowledge the guilt of your client. And that's bullshit if you ask me, you know. It ain't right. What the hell do I know? It's fucked up, man. It really is. I don't know. It is what it is. Probably not going to change in our lifetimes. It's unlikely anyway. What about the data centers? Well, that's another problem we have too. Now, it's funny how they were all concerned about climate change and how we got to do this and do that to stop it or the world was going to end. Data centers eat up all the water, create an outrageous demand for electricity, and may be detrimental to animals and people with their RF emissions. But yet they want to put them all over the place. And this is how you know the government's full of shit. They said that one in Nevada is one of the biggest ones around. Actually creates a heat signature 5 miles away. You want to talk about global warming? There you go. Yeah. I was watching Musk launch the Starship the other day, Starship 13. Got 31 engines in it. I think 31 or 32, I don't remember. The fucking heat that's coming off of that thing, you gotta figure it's gotta superheat the atmosphere. You know. I don't care whether it's non-polluting or not, but it's just the heat alone, you know. Look, if you turn on your stove in your house on a hot day and open the door of the oven, what's going to happen to the inside of your house? It's going to get real fucking hot. Don't you think the same thing will happen when you launch a rocket? Except the kitchen's a little bigger? Well, absolutely, it's a lot of fuel burning in a starship. And it doesn't go anywhere. You know? He hasn't launched one anyplace. They just test, you know. How many fucking tests do you need to do? Apparently this is the 13th test. This one didn't blow up. I think the last 12 did. You know. To what end? They're launching satellite. I have Starlink satellite, and I like the service and all, but realistically, they're probably fucking up the environment. He's got like 6,000 satellites in fucking orbit. 6,000. How many rockets did he have to launch? I know they do multiple satellites, but you're talking about, you know, a lot of rocket launches just to get 6,000 satellites up there. And then we're having, what are we witnessing? Heat domes all over the place. You know, the climate change is like really happening. Is it man-made? Well, yeah, technically it is, because they won't stop launching rockets or building data centers that produce heat. If they put a stop to all that shit, I guarantee within 6 months, everything would go back to normal. And they won't even admit to it. That's the worst part. I mean, they're now admitting to the data center, saying that it produces so much heat that it could be affecting the climate. Well, duh. Plus, they're wasting water, you know. 1 million gallons a day, sometimes more. And they release it back into the environment after they heat it and poison it. It's not drinkable after that. And nobody has a problem with it. Exploring means failure. Yeah, I guess. Think about NASA spending more than $1 million, and then the next thing you know, they're trying to go up in orbit, boom, explode. Next thing you know, has a big failure, and that's a lot of, well, it's more than $1 million. I think that Starship is worth about $2 billion. So I'm saying, and of course, you know, Musk is a trillionaire now, so it's pocket change for him. And that's not my problem. My problem is that he's wasting his time. There's nowhere to go. And even if there was, it's not habitable. You know, they're talking about building a base on the moon, yet the moon is routinely pockmarked by micro asteroids and shit like that. Anything they put up there is going to get destroyed. There's no way to protect any of it. So it seems like a pretty stupid idea. You know, Musk even suggested putting a data center in orbit. It would be huge. Same problem. A lot of times, the space station's been hit by micro asteroids, or micro meteors, or whatever it is. But they're real small and they'll go right through the hole. What do you think it'll do to a data center? Well, electric cars I don't have an issue with. I think they're stupid, because they won't take them to their proper conclusion. If they were self-charging, and they can be, that'd be the way to go. But they'll never turn off anything they can't make a profit on. I know for a fact they can self-charge. I drove one that did. It wasn't a Tesla. Long before Tesla came up with the idea. It's a Ford Econoline van. Guy put a fucking golf cart motor in it, and a generator on each wheel, and a battery pack, a small one. And it was self-charging. I drove it. I know, I saw it, and of course, I think they killed him eventually, but, you know, because he wanted to, you know, put it out for everybody, and it was easy to convert it to any car. They're not going to let that happen. You know. I wonder if there are any spikes in space. Pretty sure there's not. Derek, there's no such thing as a space railroad spike. It was a space movie, and they had sort of like trains in space. They didn't have tracks. It was like a locomotive, and then the different rail cars behind it that would pull them along. It was kind of like a space train, but without the rails. It was kind of weird. I don't remember the name of it. They could make the roof a solar panel to make it so. Well, that's that, and well, they played around with that actually, not Tesla, but they built the hood, the roof, and the trunk with solar cells, a smaller battery pack, generators, well, regenerative braking, so every time you start braking, it actually charge the battery, and whether as long as you had sun out that day, it would actually charge the batteries. It wasn't perfect, but it was pretty close. It could be done, but like I said, there's no money in it. I mean, they'd have to sell it for like $1 million, which none of us could afford, because they'd never get another dime out of us, you know. And now they're finding out that all these electric cars, they're not paying road taxes through gasoline. So now they're charging them extra money, higher insurance, and actually a road tax that applies only to them because they're not buying gasoline to get the road tax that way. They're always trying to find a way to fuck you out of your money. You know? They will never allow anybody to do anything for free. It won't happen. They got to get a cut of the action, man. I'm going to Gulf Shores next. What's Gulf Shores? Don't get too excited. You know, I don't have the money, but if I had the money, I could create an electric car, self-charging. The difference is I wouldn't tell anybody about it. I would just go about my business, you know. Or that other guy in Fort Myers some years back. He had a Ford Galaxy 500 from the 60s. He converted it to run on air, compressed air. Had the same motor in it, he just reworked the motor. And a tank in the trunk. The motor, the compressor was on board. It would create air pressure, and the air pressure would actually fire the pistons to make the car run. And it ran great. He was approached by the 3 big car companies, told them to shove it up their ass. He was going to market it. Turns out that he got run over in his front yard by a truck, and the car wound up missing. You know. What are the odds? I'm going to Gulf Shores, Alabama next week. Resort now. Oh, okay, cool. And I mean, there was another guy, somebody was out in California, saying he built a car that would run on water. I don't know how that worked, but he wound up the same deal. He refused to sell it. Wound up having an accident, and the car disappeared, and he was gone. Yeah. The guy got run over by a truck in his front yard in Fort Myers. The truck driver was never charged. You know. Why the truck was in his front yard, no one knows. You know. And what happened to the Ford, no one knows that either. They're just simply not going to let it happen. Same with the guys. And I helped the guy design an electric vehicle. That was one with the Econoline van. he came to me because I had my Le Mans at the time with 6 wheels. He says, well, you know, must know stuff about gear ratios. Well, so I know a little bit. So what do you need? So he showed me his blueprints. I should have copied them, you know. Actually, I had them in my possession for about a week. And he needed the proper gear ratio to overrun the generators on each wheel to recharge the battery for the electric motor. I was able to figure it out, and I gave him the, you know, the right specs for it. No, I don't think they got jealous. I think that the car companies were behind it. So he said he tried to market. I told him, I said, don't try and market this. They'll kill you. He didn't believe me. He said, no, man. He said, people want this. I said, yeah, people want it, but the powers that be don't, you know. I never seen him again after that for about, it was almost 10 years. And I was at a fucking 7-Eleven one day, or Circle K. And this guy, you know, he says, hey, come on over here. I got to talk to you. I said, who the hell are you? He said, you know me. I said, no, I don't. I've never met you before in my life. He says, you're the one who helped me with the electric car, the gear ratios. Now, that was another guy. You don't look nothing like him. He says, well, I had to change my looks. He says, I was in a insane asylum for 5 years. I finally got out. I escaped. And I had to change my looks and everything, my name. He says, I built the car. And I says, really? So he says, yeah, that Econoline van over there. He says, it's electric now. No shit. He says, you want to drive it? Fuck yeah. So I got to drive the thing, and it did exactly what he said it did. It was not real fast or anything. It only did about 65 miles an hour. But it had golf cart motor in it, you know. But it recharged itself. There was no plug-in charge or anything like that. He says as long as you drove it, it would charge, and you drive it forever until something broke. Holy shit. He said, you were right. He says, they wanted to kill me. They, you know, the fucking government sent the FBI. They actually took a few shots at me. I got hit. Showed me a scar on his arm where he got hit with a bullet. I said, well, I tried to tell you, man, they're not going to let you build this. He says, well, fuck them. I did it anyway. So I said, well, I got a little smarter about it. I said, the only way you can do this, you got to give that design, you got to give those plans to about 1,000 people. Quietly and quickly. And tell them, just build it. And if enough people build it and try and market it, they can't kill them all, I don't think. I don't think he did that, but, you know, but that's what needed to happen. It's a shame, really. I got my electric bill for July, highest ever, $23.75. Oops, that was a credit. Mine is $23.75. That's with those AC units running $7.24. Fuck you, Tom. My electric bill this month, it's not due yet, but I'll pay it on the 3rd. $287.44. Which isn't terrible. Running this one every day for about 6 hours. Running the one in the house, well, actually 2 in the house, the bedroom and the living room 24/7. My tenant in the guest house, she runs hers 24/7. So, you know, 4 air conditioners, not too bad. Plus, you know, 2 big refrigerators, an ice freezer, 2 mini fridges. I got one here and we got another one in the house. Computers everywhere. I mean, realistically, it's not that bad, but still, you know. Your words don't match your lips. Is it off? Oh no, we're in the green. Can't help that. Probably some lag, who knows. Dealerships are a bunch of high binders. They're trying to make millions of dollars. Well, of course they are. Derek says mine's over $600. Mine used to be close to it. When I had the central air conditioning, that thing was killing me. That's why I ripped it out of the house and said, you know what? It went in the garbage, really. It wasn't worth having. It never worked right anyway. And it was just too damn expensive to run. And them cooling rooms I never go into. You know, the only real rooms I go into is the living room where my main computer is, the bedroom where I sleep, you know, and the kitchen once in a while, but that window air conditioner covers most of that. The mini split in the bedroom, I usually have that set at 83 because it gets so damn cold in there. And I have a third one rather, in the second bedroom, but that doesn't only get used unless somebody's staying in there, which most time it's empty. Well, he said, why would I want an air conditioning room that I never go into? And they even had a duct in the garage because they had a man cave in there when I bought the house. I ripped that down because I wanted the garage for my car. I didn't need a man cave. But they had put an air conditioning vent in there, and I had it shut off, but it still leaked. Now I'm air conditioning the garage for no good reason. So he said, fuck all that. Ripped it out. The mini splits, I could run them all day long. As low as I want. I could put them down to 70 and the bill doesn't go up that high, so. You know. Of course, they'll catch on and they'll raise the bill anyway at some point. But during the summer, I'd get anywhere from $510. I think the highest bill I got was $590. Might as well say $600. You know. That's fucking crazy, man. That was from the air conditioner. So we don't play that shit no more. Like I said, I almost wish I had solar power, but I'd have to lay out 40 grand probably to get it, and I could buy a lot of electric at $40,000, so, you know, ain't happening. But I am thinking about using solar on the window air conditioner in the living room, my chest freezer, and maybe even the big fridge. And that'll save me some money. And there'll be 3 separate units. I talked about this a few weeks ago. And it's feasible and it won't cost that much to do it. All I need is 200 watt solar cells, 2 of them, 200 watters for each device and 1 battery. An inverter and a charge controller, which for probably around $500-600 I can get set up for each unit. Probably even less than that, because I think you can get 200 watt solar system for around $200. Sometimes they're on sale for $180 on Amazon. They come with a charge controller. An inverter will set you back, depending, and you don't need a real big one because you're only powering 1 device. Probably sets you back about $50-60. And the other expense is going to be the battery. We really want a lithium. A good lithium battery is probably going to set you back about $100-150. Put it all together and you got solar power on your AC unit or your refrigerator or your chest freezer. You know, whatever you need. And if one breaks down, it's not a big deal. You could always switch it out with the other one because they're kind of portable too. You know. So I'm thinking about doing that probably for next year. Should have the extra money to play with it then. My neighbor, he did his. He's running his mini fridge with it. And I think he said his window air conditioner. Same deal, he's running a 200 watt system. Except he's running 2 batteries, charge controller and inverter. He said it works fine. I said, yeah, I could do that, you know. Like I said, I think it has a place, but to do a whole house, though, would be, like I said, about $40,000. I don't want all that shit up on my roof anyway. You know, I have a metal roof and I don't want holes in it. And They're only good for about 20 years, what I hear. 20, 25 years, and you have to replace them anyway. And that's not a good deal if you ask me. So I don't know, but then there's wind power. I've been looking at some wind generators that are small and extremely efficient, and you could build them yourself, and I may even look at that. So like I said, it's just, all you need to do is pull 12 volts. 12 volts goes into your charge controller to charge the battery. The inverter will take that 12 volts and convert it to 110. And there you go. Oh, plus I want to have one for my well pump too. I want to change out the well pump because I got a 220 in there now. I want to put a 110 in. It's one down in the hole, the cylinder drops down the well. Run off 110 volts and run that completely off of solar and a battery, and I'll have free water in case the other water goes down. So I'm just looking at the big picture that I could benefit from it, because I got a generator. The problem with the generator is it's a big fucker. It'll run the whole house if I needed it to, but I'm not wired into the house, which is the first problem. And the second problem is it eats fucking gas. It goes through 6 gallons a day. Just during the day. And one night, that's another 6 gallons. So 12 gallons in 24 hours. That shit gets expensive real fast, And it's loud. I mean, it's great if you're in a bind, but, last hurricane that come through, I powered my refrigerator, the guest house refrigerator, and the chest freezer. I think that was it, just those 3 appliances on a coffee maker for Deb. And powered that. It was no big deal. I was not even really hardly stressing the generator. It's a big fucking 14,000 watt one. Gave $1,200 for it. Electric start and everything. But, I only ran it during the day because it was so fucking loud. If I ran that thing at night, somebody would try and steal it or piss off my neighbors for the noise. I says, I don't really need it at night anyway, as long as you didn't open up the refrigerators or the freezer. They would hold their cold until morning, which they basically did. But the first thing I do, wake up in the morning, roll it out, fire it up, plug everything in, and life goes on. My stove is gas, so didn't have the igniters operational with electricity, which didn't matter. You just use a match to light the burners, and so we were able to cook with no problem. But it must be nice, though, to have a negative bill, Tom. But you bought the house with that already installed, right? You didn't put that in there, did you? I mean, if my house had it when I bought it, I would, I'd use it. But it didn't come with it. But a lot of the places down here, they're scam artists anyway. I've had people come here trying to sell me solar, and it's like, well, do you put a lien on my roof? Well, not exactly, but you do, don't you? So you own my roof while I'm leasing the fucking panels, and I got like 20 years to pay them off. And they raise your property tax. It comes out there to help pay for them. And then they don't let you can't sell the power back and collect the money. They collect it. I said, well, that ain't a deal. How's that help me any? Well, you won't have much electric bill. It doesn't matter. Wouldn't have any electric bill if this were free like you claimed, and I got to get the profits off of selling the electric back. Oh, you did have it installed. Okay, I thought you bought it that way. He put it in the year he moved in. Okay. Yeah, you got too much money, Tom. I don't know what kind of a deal you got. Probably a much better deal than they gave us down here. They tell you it's free, but it's really not. Like I said, they put a lien on your house, on your roof. And there's all kinds of problems that if you have to replace your roof, you have to have them come. And you have to pay them to remove the panels, get your new roof put up, and then you have to pay them again to put them back on the new roof. Well, fuck that. You know. And there was no other way they would do it. Like, I wouldn't want them on my roof. I saw a guy in Naples, he had a trailer, a boat trailer, that he modified. And he had like, I don't know, 30 panels on it. And a rig where it would actually rotate so the sun would always hit it. And he kept it in his lot, you know. And a wire going to the house. What the hell? 20 or 25 year loan to have the solar cells. So I'm thinking, all this money going out, what are you saving, you know? Tom says, my deal insured my roof for life. And they're responsible. Oh, no shit. So you got a better deal. Down here, they don't do those deals. So most of them are kind of scam artists down here. Derek says, I would just tell you that you would have to rip up roof guys, tear them off. They would do it quickly for free. Tom says, Jim reached the Starlink limits. Now, what happened is OBS shut down and it came back on again. I don't know what the hell's going on. I just updated it again, too. I don't know what version I'm on here. I'll tell you in a minute. Version 32.2.1. I just updated it 2 days ago. So this is the latest version of OBS. Doing the same thing it did last time. And I don't know why. I don't think it's Starlink. It could be. Like I said, I'm in the green. Got a good signal going out. No drop frames. CPU's running at 7.9%, which is real low. I'm running 30 frames per second. And pushing 6,073 kilobytes a second on my transmission, which isn't bad. I don't know. Tom said, Jim, like I said last time, to switch over to StreamYard. I don't like StreamYard, though. It sucks. You know, I like OBS. I can do things on OBS. If I can figure out how to make them do those same things on StreamYard without paying for it, I would do it. But it's not quite as simple as this. Like I said, my Stream Deck I've got integrated with OBS. I'm told you can integrate it in StreamYard, but I don't know how. You know. I agree that StreamYard would get less problems. For some reason, I don't know why. But the fact that you can't do much with it, that's a problem for me. And like on OBS, I could set this up a few days in advance for new videos and stuff, where I don't think you can do that on StreamYard. I think you have to do it when you first, you know, open it up and you're going to air that day. So, Big Jim, if you had the StreamYard, you can, well, I don't need guests either, but although it would be nice to have a guest every now and then. Tom says, Jim, I have StreamYard on my Stream Deck. I can walk you through. We'll get together one of these days and I'll let you help me out with that. I know it can be done. I just don't know how. And like I said, if I can literally do the same thing on StreamYard as I can on OBS, I'd have no issue with it, because like I said, OBS does a better job of live streaming than OBS does. I don't know why. You'd think that by now they'd figure this shit out and get it right. Although I do like the automatic, whatever you call it, where it puts the chat up on the screen automatically. I don't do that anymore. As soon as you push send on the chat, it automatically puts it up on my screen for a few seconds. I don't know if you can do that on the Stream Deck or not. It'd be cool if you could. That's just one less thing I gotta fool with, you know? No, I don't know. That, you know, even Tom Kvichak, he uses vMix instead of OBS, which is a much more expensive program, and even he's having problems. So I don't know what, I think it might be more than just the software. It might be, I think they're fucking with the computers again too. So every now and then I'll get an update that I did not ask for. I got all my updates turned off, the automatic updates, and it still pushes them through anyway. Because the bottom line is you really don't own your computer. You know, Microsoft does. And I don't know if that's causing problems either, you know. Like I said, the settings I got now are actually working fairly well. So, you know, I had no drop frames tonight. Had a couple of hiccups where I went into the red briefly. But overall, it's been not bad. But yeah, you're right. StreamYard does do a better job of streaming. And I wouldn't mind paying for it, but $80 fucking a month? I don't think so. You know. And that's the cheapest system they got. Getting the chat to display on StreamYard is a paid feature, and that's really not that important to me for my streams. Well, it is for me. I mean, you could do it on the free thing, but you have to manually put them up. Yes, your words are timed to your lips. No more Asian karate movie. It gets off like that. I don't know why. It's a synchronization issue. But since I'm not actively monitoring, like I've got, you know, the phone it's hard to see there. I can't see it at all, actually. But it's actually on the phone. And that's my monitor right now, so if it glitches or something, I'll see it. But I can't really see lip reading or anything like that. Unless, of course, I put my lights on. That helps. Makes it a little brighter, but it's kind of blinding. So I just leave them off. But like I said, there's issues. It's not terrible. I like perfection myself, but I can't afford perfection. Unfortunately. I wish I could. You guys hear that tapping? I thought that was the rain. It's not. There's something up in the ceiling. Probably a palmetto bug. I don't know what the hell he's building up there, but I'd have to pull the ceiling panel down to find out. I thought it was the rain. I'm thinking, wait a minute. I don't hear rain in here. I hear rain in the metal shed. So, but it's right down there. While the video was running, I walked back there and I could actually hear it and pinpoint it. Well, I may have to pull that panel down and find out what the fuck's living up there. It can't be anything big because nothing big could get up there. They said it's probably a palmetto bug or something, and he's building himself a new home. I didn't see it went in the red again. You hear it? Okay. Come on, back to the green. Hurry up. There's yellow. There's green. Okay, we're good to go. Yes, you can add and remove the comments on the free version. That's what I do, but I pick and choose which one. Yeah, I know. That's what I was doing too. Chuck says, I hear it. Derek says, bats in the belfry. I don't think it's a bat, but... Yeah, I heard something like that once in a trash can. I thought I had a mouse in there, right? Turns out it was a big-ass fucking palmetto bug. About that big. He was just... I don't know what the hell he was doing in there, but it sounded just like that. So I'm figuring that's probably what it is. I might have to set off a bug bomb in here again. I like to do one once a year and see what I kill, you know. Usually ants, but occasional spider. And a couple of smaller palmetto bugs. That sounds like something big got up in there. Heck, part of it's hanging down anyway. I could probably spray some Raid in there and that'll take care of that problem. Yeah, welcome to Florida, land of the bugs. I mean, it could be a mouse. We've got mice. I've never had them in the house or in here, but they're outside because the cats catch them all the time. You know, just little field mice. I guess if it could have, you know, buried a hole in the floor inside the wall, climbed up the wall and got up in the attic or the ceiling, I guess that could have happened, but I don't know. I don't think a mouse. I think a mouse would be a lot louder than that. Although you never know. When I first got married to my first wife, we didn't have a lot of money, and we shared a house trailer with two other couples. We each had our own bedrooms, you know. And the first night was there, we were laying in bed, and you could hear scurrying up in the ceiling. I mean, like lots of scurrying. Like, yeah, mice in here, man, you know. So one of the other couples, they set mouse traps in the cupboards, and every day we'd catch 3 or 4 mice, you know, with the trap. So fuck, man, this thing's probably infested. When we moved out after 6 months, got our own place. But I kept in touch with the other 2 couples, and they said they had it fucking tented. They put a tent on it and fumigated it. It was like 20,000 fucking mice in there. They were in the walls, the ceiling. So holy shit, man, we were sleeping with that. I hear you knocking, but you can't come in. It was the Beatles. I think that was the Beatles, Chuck. All right, yeah, you can keep on knocking, but you can't come in. I think that was the Beatles, actually. Someone's knocking at a door. Don't let them in, something like that. Yeah, that was definitely the Beatles. Man, amazing I remember that shit, but craziness. I mean, I tried to bomb this place a few days ago. I have this. Ugh. This thing is ancient. This is probably 20 years old. Actually got it for free. There's 3 foggers in there. I pulled one out right before I, shut down. I went to set it off. It wouldn't lock in. Fuck, man. So I took it outside, fucked around with it. Finally got the lock in. Brought it back in there. It was already locked in, so it's spraying all over the place. And all of a sudden it just starts, it's not misting anymore. It's literally throwing, it's hitting the ceiling and everything. I had to get out of here because it was, starting to stink up the place. And it emptied real fast, so it didn't really fog the place. But the next day I had a few dead spiders and a few dead carpenter ants, and that was about it. So whatever's up there now wasn't affected, or it just moved in. No, hard telling. Anyway. You went away and never left me a long time ago. Now you coming back knocking on my door. I hear you Knocking, but you can't come in. I hear you knocking, go back where you've been. Is that the lyrics? It could have been. I don't know. Do you have to clean the rails after that? No, actually it doesn't. I don't eat anything, and I mean, there's nothing I have to worry about edibles. I have sodas in the fridge, but it doesn't penetrate that. But it doesn't leave a residue on anything. At least nothing I can see. It doesn't affect the rails. For the most part, it's like an invisible poison that kills them, then airs out, and it's fine. You have to usually let it air out for an hour. Supposed to let it air out for 2, but you just let it go for an hour. Leave the door open, and usually the next day you can't even hardly smell it in there. A Pogo hasn't moved all day. Pogo's fine. He's sleeping though. Now, you awake? Yeah, he just looked up at me. He's got his own little bed down there. I mean, he's more at home here than I am, you know. It's kind of funny. I gotta pee. I'm gonna put up the pee screen here in a minute, and I'll be right back.
Just to get to wherever after. Something about this has changed. I wanna feel you close again. Don't let go. No, I don't want this to end. Whoa. Remember the start when you're breaking my heart again. Like blood on a pen. Would it matter then when everything starts to fade? I'm back like it's yesterday. Would it almost end? Would it matter then? Would it matter then? I did it all. I bore the weight on my shoulders like it was fate. Don't tell me it was for nothing. You told me love wasn't true 'cause it didn't feel real to a cynic like you, but I'm pretty sure we walked into something. Something about this has changed. I wanna feel you close again. Don't let go. No, I don't want this to end. Remember the start.
I'm back. I forgot to turn the mic on. Yeah, it'd be really bad, man. Really, really bad. Yeah, it's back on. You got sound now. He's back. Yeah, if I have it on, you'll get feedback or you'll get an echo. I could turn off the monitor here as far as the music goes. Then I wouldn't have to turn off the mic. I may have to do that next time so I don't hear it in here. Because it'll catch this mic and you'll get, like an echo. Nobody likes an echo. So it's a shame they don't make a microphone that automatically comes on when you speak to it, right? That would be handy. For us lazy people or forgetful ones. Anyway, guys, it's 10 o'clock. I should probably call it a night. Yeah, I'm glad I got to show you what I did. I hope you're a little bit impressed with what I've done. I am. Just don't wear a lapel mic so we don't hear you be here, right? Yeah, you probably would too. I just go out there and, piss in the weeds, and you could probably hear it though, I guess. I don't know. I have a wireless microphone, but I don't have a good interface to put it on a computer. That's why I don't use it. I could do videos with it. When I was using a separate camera, I would actually wear it. It was perfect. But it's an expensive one too. I bought it back in Naples because I found it easier to walk around the room with it on me, and because I usually kept the camera with me anyway. But here I could still use it because I'm using this mic here on my videos. I just kind of stretch it way out here. You can't hardly see it now, but and turn the volume up or the pickup on it, and it actually works pretty well. So I paid good money for this mic, and I think I gave $70 or $80 for it, I think. But so I mean, that's not. But I'd like to have another. I could use. Well, no, I can't. Well, these cameras, the PoE cameras, do have microphones in them. I'd have to turn them on, but I'm not sure how I would interface that with a recording video. Because I'd like, if I want to work back there, it'd be nice to, shoot video back there. Of course, I could always bring this webcam out there. I don't know if you can see that or not. Yeah, you can see it right there on the tripod. That's got a built-in microphone too. And I've got it on an extension cord. I could drag it all the way back there and, record a video. I could probably even do it live, but I don't know. I really don't like, doing that stuff live too much, but it's easier just to shoot a video and play it, and what's the difference, right? So, because once I get this finished enough to move back there, I'm going to be doing work back there, so I'm going to want to record it. Kind of a new thing for me, showing you guys what I do in here. And it's, because I watch, Tom Kvichak, Tom's Trains and Things. He does it all the time. He does his builds and everything else all live. He does a lot of recorded stuff too, and it's kind of interesting in most, not all the time. I mean, sometimes you just want to yak with them, or hear them yak instead of watching a video. So I don't think I want to, do videos all the time. But watching him build his layout and do his structure builds and stuff is actually kind of cool. And some guys learn stuff from it. I have. So I figure, why not do the same thing, right? Then you can kind of put you in it like you're part of it, So I think it's kind of cool, and it's not like for bragging or anything, but just maybe you'll get some ideas watching me do something. I don't know. You might not, or maybe you'll just give me better ideas. Either one will work, So that's the plan. Anyway, it's 10 after 10. Well, 7 after 10 really, but I'm going to call it a night, and we'll see you guys next week. I'll have more video for you for the mountain scene, and who knows how far it'll go. Might even have it in place next week. Who knows? Not worried whether I do or not, but if I do get to that point, then yes, I will put it back there and continue on with finishing out the scene. Yeah, I know, 10:08 now. Guess I ought to quit yakking and fucking call it a night, huh? Alright, I'm going to put the outro on. Don't forget to flip off the signal guy, because the son of a bitch is still there. How long has he been there? 2 fucking years now, or 3 years? Yeah, that's a lot of OT, right? He should be canned. Hey, don't forget to flip him off, and we'll see you next week. Thanks for coming out, guys, and hanging out with me.